Chapter 540. The other party said, Yuqing, we can understand that you like this girl. She's very innocent and cute, but she's not suitable for our family. We still like Laya. You can try to get along with her. Maybe you'll find that you can get along with her. Mom, I won't do useless things. Do you think I'll give up a woman I can get along with just to try to get along with her? Chen Yuqing only said, where did she go? Yuqing, just tell me where she went. Okay, let's meet at Huaihe Hotel. Then, I saw her go down the stream. Chen Yuqing immediately hung up. Together with Lin Che, the two of them quickly arrived at the place. It was a vacation spot. Some people would go there for a walk during the holidays. She probably came here to relieve her boredom after meeting him, which was why she came here. Chen Yuqing went to look for her first, and Lin Che followed behind. She wanted to go in to look for her, but just as she reached the door, someone recognized her as Lin Che. Lin Che, that's Lin Che, right? Lin Che was surrounded instantly. She said politely, hello, thank you, but in an instant, her figure was buried. She said speechlessly, thank you for your support, but I'm doing something serious. But the celebrities they met on the way were all very enthusiastic. Most of them didn't really like Lin Che, but they quickly surrounded her to join in the fun. She had no choice. Lin Che finally had some space when the Gu family's bodyguards came out. Otherwise, she would have been suffocated. After that, the Gu family's bodyguards came out and quickly cleaned up the crowd. Lin Che heard someone scolding, celebrities are amazing. They have so many bodyguards. Alright, if you don't want to watch, then forget it. Lin Che was speechless. No, you guys are amazing. You want to force us to send our bodyguards, and on the other side. Chen Yuqing had quickly found Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran didn't expect that she just wanted to find a quiet place, but the two of them had to look for her. Chen Yuqing called her Shen Yuran. She turned around and saw Chen Yuqing. She looked up in surprise. Why are you here? Chen Yuqing grabbed Shen Yuran and said, you're asking me. I'm asking you, why are you here? Shen Yuran pursed her lips. Dr. Chen, Chen Yuqing interrupted her. No matter what they said, my business with you is my business with you. Remember, if you make a decision on your own without discussing it with me, I won't let you off. Shen Yuran was taken aback, and he raised his head to look at him. However, he had already pulled Shen Yuran into his embrace. Shen Yuran leaned against his chest. She was even more dumbfounded than before. Although he had told her to try dating before, the feeling was different. He didn't seem to be very emotional. He just told her, let's try dating. But now, she admired him a lot and felt that he was very powerful. He was respected and loved by everyone. He was a top psychologist and a top doctor in clinical psychology. He was the Dr. Chen that everyone admired. He was also her good teacher. But at this moment, he was actually hugging her like this. Then, Lin Che finally came. She gasped for air as she watched the two of them hugging so intimately. She patted her chest gloomily and gasped for air. Shen Yuran, I'm really going to die because of you. I was almost squeezed to death just now. Shen Yuran's face was red as she said, What's wrong with me? I just came here for a walk. Who told you to be so nosy? Anyway, they brought Shen Yuran along and the three of them went back together. Why are you so emotional now? It doesn't matter what happens to them. It's not like you're going to get married right away. You guys have just started dating. Why are you in such a rush to be sad? Don't give up on all possibilities. No one knows what will happen in the future. So, since you're in love, then get together. What's the point of thinking so much about the future? Shen Yuran said, all right. It's just that, so many people went to the office early in the morning and asked me if I was Shen Yuran in front of so many colleagues. I was scared to death, okay? She didn't expect the Chin family to be so serious and imposing. They were obviously different from ordinary people like them, so she was scared just looking at them. Luckily, at this moment, looking at Chin Yucheng, she thought that he was right. Why was she thinking so much now? She didn't say anything. She was going to marry him. Shen Yuran said, all right, send me home. I was going to have dinner with Mom and Dad today, but I haven't gone back yet. You're worried and they must be worried too. I'd better go back and take a look. I don't want to be like you, thinking that I've already gone missing. Lin Che nodded. He looked at Shen Yuran and said to her, if there's anything, remember that you still have us. Don't let your imagination run wild. What are friends for? If there's a time when we are willing to do anything for you, you won't even give us the chance to do so and just run away. Yes. I understand. I won't do it again. Shen Yuran leaned into her embrace. It felt good to have friends worrying by the side. No matter what, she didn't feel like she was fighting alone. They arrived at the Shen family. Shen Yuran bade farewell to the two of them and went upstairs. She opened the door and said, Mom, Dad, I'm back. I had something to do in the afternoon, so I didn't come back. However, just as she entered, she saw her parents coming out in surprise. Looking at Shen Yuran, Mother Shen's face was red. Yuran, you're back. Are you okay? Shen Yuran felt that her mother's expression was a little strange. Of course I'm okay. What do you think happened to me? She narrowed her eyes and looked at her mother, who couldn't hide anything. Mom, did someone from the Chin family come to look for you? Mother Shen sighed and looked at Shen Yuran. Yuran, let's just forget about it. I know that Dr. Chen is a rare good man. He's rich, powerful, and has a lot of money. His family is all government officials, but we can't afford to be friends with such a family. Shen Yuran said, Mom, a relationship is a matter between two people. How is it any different from what his family does? However, her mother's expression was still very strange. She looked like she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Also, her father looked away without saying a word. It was really strange. She said, Mom, Dad, tell me the truth. What's going on? Only then did his father say, that's enough. You can just tell her. He pulled Shen Yuran aside and said, the Chin family gave us some money and told us to live a good life and find an ordinary family. You can just reject them. We'll take the money and live a good life in the future. Shen Yuran looked at him in surprise. How much money? Father said, 3 million. 3 million, so much. Mother Shen thought of this. She felt that it was like a pie falling from the sky. Really, these rich people are too amazing. They give money when they say they want to. They don't hesitate at all. Your dad went to the bank and the money has been transferred. We can also move to a bigger house in the future. That's enough, Mom. Chapter 541. Shen Yuran said, give me the money. I'll return it to him. Yuran, don't be silly. No matter how good he is, he's just playing with you temporarily. He won't marry you in the future. When he's tired of you, he'll dump you. When that happens, you'll lose both your money and yourself. You might as well take the money and leave. With this money, you can do whatever you want with it. Shen Yuran grabbed her angrily and said, give me the money. Hurry up and tell me where it is. You. How can you do this to me? Shin Yuran, did I raise you for nothing? Shin Yuran's mother shouted angrily. Mom, are you going to give it to me or not? If not, I'll get the police to come and say that you're illegally possessing it. What's that? Shin Yuran's mother didn't understand. Was there really such a crime? Hurry up and give it to me. All right, give it to her, Shin Fu's father said as he pulled her hand away. Just give it to her. She's such an unfilial daughter. She doesn't think about us at all. She only cares about her own happiness. She doesn't even think about how your parents are suffering here. If people see you having fun outside and your parents living in such a small house, they'll laugh at you. Shin Yuran didn't know why they said that. But there was no point in arguing with them. Shin Fu's father threw the card on the floor and said, Get lost, you money-minded thing. The password is your sister's birthday. Shin Yuran bit her lip and looked at Shin Fu's father. She lowered her head and picked up the card. Then, she turned around and walked out. Shin Fu's mother couldn't bear to part with the money. She was so angry that she cried. Shin Fu's father said, she'll regret it one day. When that time comes, she won't be beautiful anymore. Why are you still pretending to be virtuous? Why don't you take a look at your own family and see if you're worthy of her? Shin Yuran found Shin Yuqing and gave him the card along with the password. She told him to withdraw the money and return it to the Qin family. Shin Yuqing was very angry and said, I'll go and argue with my mother. She went to your house to harass you. I'm sorry, Yuran. I didn't expect her to do so much. Shin Yuran didn't think much of it. It was her family that was disappointing. They actually accepted the money. In their eyes, her love was only worth so little. Even though Shin Yulan had made a mistake and owed so much money, they still felt that she was a good person. However, she hadn't done anything at all, yet she was still being blamed by them. At night, Shin Yuran called Lin Che and Yu Minmin out for a drink. The three of them entered a private room and found a pretty good club. It was also Lin Che who brought the three of them here, because he heard that it was safer here and they could drink without worry. After all, the people who came here were all rich people, so there wouldn't be too many messy things. When the waiters saw the three women enter, they didn't want to see them. But when they got closer, they realized that one of them was Lin Che and the other was Yu Minmin. They weren't lacking in money. Celebrities made a lot of money and Yu Minmin was the president's wife, so they quickly surrounded them. After getting a private room for the three of them, Lin Che went in and asked, What shall we drink? Shin Yuran said, Drink the expensive ones. You're all so rich. If you don't drink the expensive ones, I won't do it. Yu Minmin said, I don't have any money. Ask Lin Che. My salary is low while Lin Che makes more. Ha, you're the president's wife. If you dare to cry to me that you're poor, I'll cry right away. Being the president's wife doesn't even have a salary. Lin Che's one movie made a few million yuan. Among the three of us, she's definitely the one who earns the most money. She's treating us today. Hey, how can you cheat people like this? I just lost all my money to my previous company, okay? But even though she said that, Lin Che also knew that she was the one who earned the most money. Thus, she obediently took the menu, looked at it, and went to order alcohol. At the same time, she warned the two of them, don't order too much. Save some money. Shin Yuran looked at the menu. Of course, in the end, she was too embarrassed to order something that was too expensive. She only said, then let's order the cheapest one. Let's drink beer. It's bad for our health if we get drunk too quickly. The waiter looked disappointed. When they went out, they heard that the president's wife had brought people to drink, so they immediately came over. The waiter said speechlessly, she only ordered a few thousand yuan, no way. Where's the president's wife? She's that poor. And she even made Lin Che pay. She said that Lin Che earns the most out of all of them. She'll get a few million yuan for each movie. How disappointing. Alright, I thought there would be a big deal today. Everyone dispersed in disappointment. Although there were some curious people who wanted to see Lin Che and the president's wife, they didn't dare to go in directly. However, when they were delivering the alcohol, two people went in and looked at them curiously. The three women drank, gossiped, and listened to songs. Shen Yuran said, "I'm really envious of you guys. You can get married. Actually, I also wish that if I get married, I can leave my family." Lin Che said, "Then let Chen Yuqing marry you. He has to marry you. But there's indeed a big gap between me and him. His family must look down on me. Moreover, the key is that his family doesn't agree to us being together. If they keep obstructing us, it'll be too annoying." Yu Minmin said, "It depends on what he thinks. If it really doesn't work, let Gu Jingzi do it and directly suppress him so that the Qin family has no choice but to acknowledge you." "Ha, I don't have the authority to let Gu Jingzi do it. Moreover, matters of the heart are between two people. It's too scary for me to let so many people get involved for no reason. Alright, anyway, we'll always be on your side. As long as you say the word, if that Chen Yuqing dares to bully you, we'll immediately teach him a lesson." "Sigh, he's fine." Shen Yuran said, "It's just that when his family came to our office today, I was really scared, okay? I don't even know how to go back to the office tomorrow. Now that everyone has seen it, they must have guessed that it's the Qin family. Sigh, I've always been hated by people because I'm always with Chen Yuqing. Now, I'll be stared at even more." Shen Yuran said as she took another big gulp of alcohol. As the few of them drank, the beer slowly became empty bottles. The three of them drank from the sofa to the floor. Lin Che leaned there and started singing, "Today is a good day. Everything I want can come true." Yu Minmin said speechlessly, "Can you shut up? The whole country knows that your singing is terrible. You're still singing. You're so annoying. The whole country knows that you're the one who defamed me. If you dare to insult me again, I'll curse you to never have sex again. Oh yeah. You haven't shared with us yet. How's Mr. President, sexually?" Yu Minmin said, "Get lost." Shen Yuran said, That's right. How's your sex life? Hurry up and tell me." Chapter 542. Yu Minmin said, "I can't be bothered with you two drunkards. I'm going to pee." She had been to the washroom and Lin Che wanted to go too. She staggered out. When she came out of the washroom, she felt very dizzy. However, high-class alcohol was indeed high-class alcohol. Even if she was dizzy, she didn't feel very uncomfortable. She was just very dizzy and felt that the path was crooked wherever she went. In a moment of carelessness, he bumped into someone. She saw that it was a meat wall in a daze and muttered, "I'm sorry." "Hey, isn't this Lin Che?" "Yeah, it's Lin Che, right? I've seen her live performance. It's her." When Lin Che heard his name being called, he raised his head. She saw a fat man with a skinny man beside him. "Oh, hello," Lin Che mumbled. The fat man smiled and squinted his eyes, looking very interested in Lin Che. "Hey, Lin Che. Hey, what a coincidence to see you here. Come, let's go to our room and have some fun. I really like that style of yours. Oh, in that movie, that dress with the slit is too fucking coquettish." Lin Che's expression turned cold as she looked at the man in front of her. "Sir, can you be nicer with your words?" The fat man said, I'm complimenting you. Men only like women coquettisher, he. Lin Che couldn't be bothered with him. She thought that she was here to drink and have fun. Why should she stoop to his level? She turned and was about to return to her room. However, she was suddenly pulled by the fat man. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Let's go together." "No, get out of my way. I'm very busy." "You're not going." "Hey, why not?" "Why? Do you want money?" the man said as he ran over to Lin Che. Lin Che was really depressed. "This lady is here to spend money. Get out of my way." "Hey, who are you talking to? You're just an actress. Why are you calling me lady?" The fat man said, "Get over here." Lin Che was already trying very hard to suppress her anger. However, she had just drunk and couldn't control herself. "Let go and scram to the side. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Lin Che said. The man said, Let's see how you're going to be impolite." The man said with a perverted expression, "You want me to fuck you and be impolite?" His face was moving closer, so Lin Che immediately slapped his face without hesitation. There was a clap. The man was instantly enraged by the slap. You stinking bastard, how dare you hit me?" As he spoke, he moved to grab Lin Che. Lin Che was dizzy from drinking, but at this moment, he instinctively dodged Fatty's hand. Coincidentally, there were waiters passing by. Lin Che grabbed one of them and pushed him in front of Fatty. The fatty grabbed the waiter with one hand and looked at him angrily. Then, he pushed the waiter to the ground. At the same time, he scolded the waiter, "That woman, it's her. She actually dared to hit me. If you catch her for me, I'll give you 100,000 yuan tip." The waiter turned around and saw Lin Che standing there. The waiter was speechless as he said, "Chief Wang, you..." Seeing that the waiter didn't move, Fatty pushed him away and tried to grab Lin Che again. The skinny man stood there and hurriedly said, Chief Wang, don't fight. It's not good to damage this place." However, Fatty was mad after being hit by a woman. He didn't listen to him and chased after Lin Che. Seeing that he was chasing after him, Lin Che threw whatever he picked up. Fatty's head was hit by the bowl she threw and it immediately swelled up. Fatty held his head and was so angry that he staggered as he walked. "Stinking bitch, if I catch you, I'll fuck you to death." This man was really shameless. Lin Che was running. Behind him, Yu Minmin and Shen Yuran also came out. Seeing this scene, they didn't expect it. "What's going on, Lin Che? What happened? What did this man just say? Was it vulgar? Fuck, how dare he say vulgar words to you?" After the incident, when they thought back, they really felt that they should never offend women. Especially a woman who was drunk and crazy. Shen Yuran was the first to roll up her sleeves. "I can't beat him to death." Yu Minmin also said, "That's right. It's too outrageous." Seeing that there was help, Lin Che said directly, "Such a dirty mouth. He deserves to be beaten." The three of them didn't hide anymore. Relying on their numbers, they grabbed Fatty and started beating him up. Fatty didn't expect that he would be surrounded by three women. Especially when the three women seemed to have gone crazy. No matter what they picked up, they could use it as a weapon to beat him. Some of the ornaments beside him were picked up and beaten up. The commotion here attracted the attention of others. Someone shouted, "There's a fight in front, there's a fight." At first, they thought that it was a man beating up a woman, but when they got closer, they realized that it was actually a woman beating up a man. Everyone's interest was instantly piqued. They watched as the man with the surname Wang was beaten up in the middle. He was still shouting, "Someone, help! Help! That crazy woman is hitting me." The waiter was also anxiously trying to stop him, but he couldn't. He kept shouting, stop hitting him, you can't touch this. This ornament costs tens of thousands of dollars. Ladies, this bottle is expensive too. Don't hit him with it, but no one listened to the waiter. The three of them still beat up the man's face until the manager and the security guards came and pulled them away. Everyone saw that the corridor was full of broken pieces. The man's face was bruised and bruised. He had been beaten up quite a bit. The manager looked at the broken things, feeling distressed and angry. What's going on? Why didn't you stop them? The manager looked up and saw that the three drunken women were the ones who had caused the trouble. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, the man who had brought them in attracted even more attention. It was Gu Jingze. Not only Gu Jingze, but Chen Yuqing was also following behind him. He looked at the broken pieces on the floor and was stunned at first. Then, he hurriedly walked over. Why is it so messy? Lin Che said. It's not our fault. It's this bastard's fault. Shen Yuran also said, that's right. How dare he curse at us? If we don't beat him up, he'll think that women are easy to bully. Yu Minmin said, we won't lose out if we beat him up. Chen Yuqing was speechless. He quickly went over and hugged Shen Yuran. All right. Come out with me first. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che knew that he had caused trouble, so he quickly went over and threw himself into Gu Jingze's arms. Gu Jingze. I didn't mean to break his things. Chapter 543. Gu Jingze supported Lin Che and said helplessly, all right, we'll talk about it later. The manager was crying at the back. What about the things here? Fatty also sat on the ground in a daze, holding his bleeding head. Hit me, I won't let you off. Pay up, my face, ouch. Gu Jingze lowered his head and said, we'll pay for it. We'll treat him. What's your name? It's just hitting someone. The manager was speechless. So domineering, this was the first time they had seen it. Gu Jingze said, get someone to calculate it and go to the Gu family. After that, he helped Lin Che up, carrying the drunk woman in his arms and bringing her out. He also sent someone to bring Yu Minmin away as well. These three women actually came here together to cause trouble. They hadn't expected this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let them out on their own. Seeing them go out in such a grandiose manner, everyone inside was dumbfounded. What was going on? The three women beat someone up, smashed things, and left just like that. They were rich and could afford to pay for it, so they did as they pleased. The things here were expensive, but they didn't even look at them. They just said that they would pay for it no matter how much they smashed. If they beat someone up, they would pay for it. If they didn't care about money, they would pay for it. No wonder these three women dared to be so arrogant. They had someone backing them up. Everyone looked at the broken pieces on the ground and the wailing man. They were speechless. Someone even pulled the man up. All right, stop lying on the ground. They already said that they would pay for it. You're a man. How dare you get beaten up by a woman? The man was also dumbfounded. He clutched his head and said gloomily, I didn't expect this either. I'm so unlucky to encounter such a thing here. Ouch, my face. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder at this scene. It's good to be rich. You can get drunk and hit people, but there's someone to take care of you. After Lin Che and Shen Yuran were brought out, they were naturally stuffed into their respective cars. As for Yu Minmin, she quickly informed Gu Jingming when Gu Jingze arrived. At this moment, Gu Jingming came out in person. He saw Yu Minmin being supported by the bodyguards and walked over to hug her. Gu Jingming said, "What happened?" Chen Yuqing said, "It's nothing." He was just drunk and beat someone up inside. Gu Jingming lowered his head and glanced at Yu Minmin. Then he shoved him into the car. These women. Sure enough, they couldn't be together. Nothing good would happen if they were together. Just like that, the three of them were taken away. When he got home, Lin Che didn't even know what had happened. He just fell asleep. The next day, Gu Jingze woke her up early in the morning. Wake up, Lin Che. Get up. Lin Che opened his eyes. Ah. My head hurts. Gu Jingze was looking down at her. You still know how to have a headache. Do you dare to go out and cause trouble again? Lin Che suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. What happened to us? How dare you say that? You three beat him up, Gu Jingze said. When he thought about it, he felt that it was strange. 3 women beating up a man, it was really. Lin Che slapped his head, only then did he remember. For a moment, he was extremely embarrassed. It can't be. Then what should I do? He started it, so you guys beat him up. Gu Jingze thought that Lin Che wouldn't start a fight with them for no reason. Lin Che was impulsive and couldn't control herself after drinking. She said helplessly, I'm sorry. Actually, he didn't do anything. He was just a little rude and I couldn't control myself. Don't do it again. He tapped her forehead. Yes, I won't do it again. Lin Che said hurriedly. You can ask your subordinates to do it. Why did you beat him up? What if you can't beat him and you suffer a loss? Gu Jingze said. Lin Che was stunned. He didn't blame her for hitting him. You're not angry that I hit him. He was rude. I hit him, so I hit him, Gu Jingze said. But you have to pay for it, Lin Che said. I'm not so poor that I can't afford it. As Gu Jingze's woman, you don't have to suppress your emotions because of money. It's okay to lose money, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che's eyes moved as he looked at Gu Jingze. He was so nice, and it warmed her heart. But she shouldn't do it next time. He must have spoiled her too much, so she didn't think too much. In the past, she would never dare to hit him even if she thought about it. However, having money really boosted one's courage. But if you drink so much again, I won't let you off. Lin Che smiled fawningly. I won't, Gu Jingze patted her head. Do you know what day it is today? I think it's the day to worship the ancestors. Lin Che thought for a while. It seemed like they were going to worship the ancestors today. All of a sudden, she jumped up again. No way, we're going to worship the ancestors. I forgot about it. Oh my God. Gu Jingze shook his head speechlessly. Forget it. Don't go. Rest at home. I'll tell mother that you're not feeling well. How could Lin Che agree? She said hurriedly, No, I don't actually need to rest. Forget it. It's my fault anyway. I'd better go. It's my first time participating in such a big event. I have to go. Lin Che jumped out of bed quickly and went to change and wash up. The Gu family split into 2 groups. One group went up the mountain to deliver the gifts, while the women chatted and drank tea at the foot of the mountain. When Lin Che arrived at the cemetery, she saw that there was a beautiful mountain above and a park below. The park was filled with the Gu family, so the people around were stopped. Actually, they didn't stop them on purpose. It was just that the bodyguards were standing around, and the large family in the middle didn't look like ordinary people, so many people didn't dare to come over. Before the men went up, Gu Jingze looked at the listless Lin Che and said, What's wrong? Do you still have a headache? Lin Che could only say, It's okay. It doesn't hurt that much anymore. But what does the cemetery look like? Is there a cemetery here? I don't remember it. The scenery here was beautiful and the air was enchanting. It looked like a good place. Gu Jingzi said, the Gu family's ancestral graves are above. The Gu family built a cemetery. Only the Gu family's ancestral graves are there. Outsiders can't enter, so the road up the mountain is blocked. No one is allowed to enter. Wow! Does that mean that this mountain is the Gu family's cemetery? That's right. Lin Che didn't expect the Gu family's cemetery to be so big. But thinking about it, it made sense. Such a rich family must have built a big and generous ancestral grave. Chapter 544. That's right. Lin Che hadn't expected the Gu family's cemetery to be so big. But thinking about it, it made sense. Such a rich family must have made their ancestral graves very big and luxurious. Lin Che said, your family is too rich. Is the mausoleum up there especially luxurious? Luxurious? Do you think it's a hotel? Okay. Gu Jingzi pulled her over to have a look. Look, that's the cemetery up there. After entering, there's a main road with trees on both sides. Below is the inner chamber, so the chamber is sealed off from the bottom. Outside is the gatekeeper, and behind it is the cemetery's lawn and park. There's a small lake over there. It's not big. I heard that it was set up by a feng shui master in the past 30s. Lin Che was speechless. Looking at Gu Jingzi, she said, that's the entire imperial mausoleum. Gu Jingzi glared at her. Gu Jingzi and Lin Che sat together and talked. Someone brought over tea and snacks. Lin Che didn't feel a headache. She just drank and looked around curiously. At this moment, she thought she was hallucinating. But when she looked up, she saw that Mo Huiling was walking over. Mo Huiling had asked someone to find out that the Gu family would be here today. From afar, she saw the Gu family's cars lined up far away. Taking a closer look, she saw that it was indeed the Gu family's bodyguards clearing the area. The relatives of the Gu family were sitting inside. She sneered inwardly. She couldn't help but feel happy. She had finally made it. She knew that even if the Gu family didn't welcome her, they couldn't possibly not go out. Since she was going out, she would definitely see her. She saw Gu Jingzi from afar. At first glance, she saw Gu Jingzi's tall figure. Beside him was Lin Che. The two of them sat together and chatted happily. That was her man. But now, he had actually been bewitched by that little slut, Lin Che. How could Lin Che deserve to stand by Gu Jingzi's side? Seeing Mo Huiling's sudden appearance, Mu Wanqing was also stunned. She looked at Gu Jingzi and then glared at him. She said to the bodyguard, go and see what's going on. The bodyguard walked over. Mo Huiling said directly, stay away from me. I'm pregnant with the Gu family's descendant. If you dare touch me, you'll definitely regret it. The bodyguard was also surprised. He turned around and looked at Gu Jingzi. Lin Che stood there. Gu Jingzi pressed on her hand and said, it's okay. Lin Che nodded and looked at Gu Jingzi. She didn't feel too worried being by his side. She just didn't want Mo Huiling to ruin the Gu family's gathering. Mo Huiling said directly, Auntie, I'm carrying Gu Jingzi's child in my arms. You can't touch him. Mu Wanqing looked at Gu Jingzi in surprise. Hearing Mo Huiling's words, she asked curiously, what's going on? Gu Jingzi looked at Mu Wanqing and said calmly, I'll explain this to you later. Then Gu Jingzi took a few steps forward. Mo Huiling, what are you doing here? Mo Huiling snorted and looked at Gu Jingzi. You don't want to acknowledge my child, but the Gu family doesn't want to acknowledge the descendants of the Gu family. Gu Jingzi sneered. You can think whatever you want, but I've already told you that your child is not mine. At this moment, Mu Wanqing asked in surprise from behind, tell me, what's going on? When Mo Huiling saw Mu Wanqing, she immediately cried and said, Auntie, I'm pregnant with Jingzi's child. This child is also the flesh and blood of the Gu family, but because he doesn't want me anymore, he doesn't even want the child anymore. He doesn't want his own son anymore. Do you not want your own grandson anymore? Mu Wanqing's heart shook. Gu Jingzi said, Mom, listen to me. Gu Jingzi pulled Mu Wanqing and gave her a simple explanation. Only then did Mu Wanqing come to a realization. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingzi. Are you sure the child isn't yours? Yes, I'm sure. Mu Wanqing's expression turned cold. She took a few steps forward and looked at Mo Huiling, who was still crying. Miss Mo, I didn't expect you to be such a person. How could you use this kind of method to conceive Jingzi's flesh and blood? Mo Huiling said angrily, what do you mean by this kind of method? If it weren't for the Gu family's obstruction, Jingzi and I wouldn't have come to this. Auntie, the Gu family is watching us now. I gave birth to their child, the eldest grandson of the Gu family. Don't tell me that your family doesn't want him anymore. If it really was the eldest grandson of the Gu family, Mu Wanqing would have been a little reluctant to abort it. However, if it was Mo Huiling's child, she still hoped that she would abort it. Mu Wanqing said, let's not talk about your child. Even if it is indeed the flesh and blood of the Gu family, we don't want it if you are pregnant in this way. Mo Huiling didn't expect Mu Wanqing to say that. You don't want it? Ha, have you told Old Master this before? Does Old Master not want his own great-grandson? Mu Wanqing said, there's no need to alarm Old Master about this kind of thing. Moreover, Jingzi said that this child of yours isn't his at all. Mo Huiling snorted, how can he be sure that it's not his? He has been bewitched by Lin Che. Of course, he hopes that this child isn't his, but this is indeed his child. If you listen to him, you will only miss out on your grandson. Look at Lin Che, who has been with Gu Jingzi for so long, and there hasn't been any movement at all. Maybe she has a problem and can't give birth to a child. If you don't want this child now, Gu Jingzi won't have any other children in the future. Don't regret it. Mu Wanqing was anxious to have a child, but she only wanted Lin Che to give birth to her grandson as soon as possible, not this woman in front of her that she hated so much. However, the relatives of the Gu family behind her didn't think so. The descendants of a big family were very important. They didn't have much affection for Lin Che, especially Gu Jingzi's aunt, Gu Lanshan. She walked up to Lin Che and said, elder sister-in-law, I think what Miss Mo said makes sense. Jingzi, how can you be sure that the child she is carrying isn't yours? Let's go in and discuss this matter while we are all here. Looking at the curious people in the distance, Mu Wanqing said, okay, let's go in first and talk. The people in the distance saw that the Gu family had gathered together, looking serious. They couldn't help but guess what kind of scandal these big families were stirring up. Mu Wanqing didn't want these rumors to be heard by others. When the time came, who knew what kind of rumors would spread? Mu Wanqing glared at Mo Huiling and said to the bodyguard, take Miss Mo to rest first. Mo Huiling immediately raised her head at Lin Che proudly. Mu Wanqing pulled Lin Che and said, Xiao Che, don't worry. We are all on your side. She won't be able to do anything in the Gu family. Lin Che said, it's okay, Mom. I'm not worried. Don't worry. Mu Wanqing said, I didn't expect her to be such a scheming woman. I told you that I hated her a long time ago. Even if she is pregnant with Jingzi's child, I won't acknowledge this grandson. I'll make her abort it sooner or later. Moreover, it might not be. She looked at Lin Che and said, "Don't be angry at Jingzi." Lin Che said, "Although it's because he stored sperm, it's not his fault. How can I be so unclear about right and wrong? But if she is really pregnant with Jingzi's child, you will be the one who is wronged. Sigh, Xiao Che, how can we bear to let you suffer like this?" Chapter 545. Mu Wanqing couldn't be bothered with Mo Huiling, and the group went inside. Mo Huiling wanted to go in too, but the Gu family ignored her. They just let the bodyguards take her away without looking at her. She knew that it was because the child in her belly was precious. However, she was treated as a pregnant machine. It was as if she was nothing without this child. This feeling made her very angry. When I give birth to the eldest grandson of the Gu family, you just wait. Mo Huiling watched as the Gu family walked towards the hall next to the park. The people around them seemed to be still discussing. She said, "Can't you take me to the hall too?" The bodyguard said, "I'm sorry, Miss Mo, you can't." Mo Huiling said, "The hall isn't private. I can go there myself." The bodyguard was expressionless. "The Gu family has booked the hall today." Alright, the Gu family had a big business. They could book all the places at the foot of the mountain if they came to visit the grave. Mo Huiling could only follow the bodyguard to a small pavilion to rest. She sat in the middle, feeling gloomy. All the members of the Gu family entered the hall of the club. What was supposed to be a good family gathering had now become abnormally serious. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi found a seat and sat down. Everyone followed suit. Mu Wanqing sat in the middle, Gu Lanshan sat in front, and Gu Yiran sat in the back. There was only one son in the previous generation of the Gu family, which was Gu Jingzi's bloodline. Therefore, Gu Jingzi did not have an uncle, only an aunt. The two aunts were also ladies of a respectable family. Usually, they wouldn't care about the family's affairs because they had their own businesses to run. However, they couldn't ignore it today. After all, it concerned the next generation of the Gu family. Gu Lanshan said, "Jingzi, you really can't be sure that the child in Mo Huiling's belly isn't yours, right?" Gu Jingzi said, "I'm sure." "How can you be sure? The stored sperm hasn't been touched. Her statement isn't valid, so it naturally isn't mine. Jingzi, we are family. Auntie will be straightforward. Don't be angry. We don't just have one or two of them. We have some at home. They are frozen in small glass bottles. How do you know that there are no less than one of them?" Gu Jingzi said, "Aunt, what do you mean by that?" Gu Lanshan replied, "Whether it's your child or not, we'll know once it's born. Don't touch her for the time being. If it's your child, we'll have to raise it once it's born. I think Xiao Che isn't the kind of person who isn't generous enough to raise a child for you. If it's not, she can give birth if she wants. Once she's born, the Gu family can just ignore it." Gu Jingzi said, "It has nothing to do with Lin Che. It's me who doesn't want to raise her. Even if she's mine, I won't want her. My woman won't suffer like this. If I let Lin Che suffer like this, what right do I have to be her husband?" Gu Lanshan said, "Don't be so willful. Moreover, I'm sure that this child isn't mine." Gu Yiran tried to be the peacemaker. "Alright, since you're sure, we don't have to discuss it anymore. Whether this child is yours or not, we won't let you raise it. However, you and Lin Che have been married for quite some time. You should consider having a child as soon as possible. If you had a child earlier, we wouldn't be so anxious. After all, there isn't a single child in this generation of the Gu family. That's why we're anxious." Gu Lanshan said, That means we're anxious because you're not working hard. Gu Jingze stood up and looked at Gu Lanshan. Whether or not we have a child, and how many we have, is between Lin Che and me. It has nothing to do with outsiders. You. Jingze, what do you mean? Gu Jingze looked at eldest aunt coldly. Gu Lanshan felt a chill run down her spine. She sat there and looked at Gu Jingze. After all, the Gu family's main family was there. Moreover, Gu Jingze's power was the strongest in the Gu family. Even though this nephew of hers was her biological nephew, he had been independent since he was young and no one could control him. He had been domineering for so many years and no one could control him. It was one thing to give her face, but it was another thing when he didn't want to give her face. Gu Lanshan didn't dare to say much. She could only say calmly, I'm just giving a suggestion. The Mo family is not an ordinary family. It's not worth it to fall out because of a child. Mu Wanqing stood up and said, all right, that's it. I'll talk to Mo Huiling later and see what we can do. As for this child, we definitely won't want it. Gu Lanshan said, all right, since you don't want to listen to me, I'll have to talk to father. I just hope that the Gu family's reputation will not be tarnished because of an unborn child. If Mo Huiling goes out and causes a ruckus, it won't be good for the Gu family's reputation either. Having said that, Gu Lanshan snorted and walked out. Lin Che stood up and tugged at Gu Jingze. All right. Seeing that everyone had left, she raised her head and said to Gu Jingze, forget it. Don't fall out with everyone because of this. Gu Jingze held her hand and said, what I said is what I think. If I let you raise a child for someone else, then I'd be too irresponsible as a husband. Lin Che's heart warmed. With his words, she was satisfied. How could she not be satisfied that he was so considerate of her? She said, why are you so nice to me? Gu Jingze said, you're my wife. Who should I be nice to if not you? He lowered his head and looked at her with his hand on her shoulder. How could he bear to see her suffer? How could he bear to see her raise a child for someone else? Moreover, it was Mo Huiling who gave birth to the child. Lin Che said, but it's not unreasonable for them to say that. If you fall out with them because of me, wouldn't that be bad? Gu Jingze smiled coldly. Since I've decided on something, they'll have to look at their own abilities if they want to force me. If they insist on going against me, no matter who they are, they'll have to pay the price for going against me. Lin Che suddenly felt that he was so domineering. She raised her head and looked at the man who had an indifferent expression on his face, but there was a strong aura in his eyes. He was so handsome. Gu Jingze said, as for Mo Huiling, don't worry about her. She won't affect us. If she wants to give birth, she can do it herself. Anyway, that child won't be mine. Chapter 546. You're so sure. What if you accidentally touched her? Lin Che said deliberately. Gu Jingze said, hee hee. Don't worry. My body is drained by you every day. It shouldn't be a problem for someone else. Lin Che glared at him. Gu Jingze held her hand. Let's go. Let's go out. Lin Che said, all right then. I won't bother with her. The two of them finally walked outside. The rest of the Gu family watched the two of them leave for a walk. They all admired Gu Jingze in their hearts. He was actually so principled. He didn't even give face to his own aunt. However, it made sense. No one in the Gu family dared to be too disobedient to him. Even if they all had the same surname, he would not do anything to his own family. However, going against him would not be good, and there would not be any good consequences. They could only envy Lin Che for having such a powerful backer like Gu Jingze to protect her. She was probably the only woman in this world who could be protected by Gu Jingze wholeheartedly. How blissful. Mu Wanqing came to the pavilion and looked at Mo Huiling. When Mo Huiling saw Mu Wanqing, she still wanted to maintain the appearance of a lady from a wealthy family in front of her. "Auntie, don't call me auntie. I'm not your auntie, and I have nothing to do with you," Mu Wanqing said directly. Mo Huiling's face immediately darkened, and her expression turned ugly. Mu Wanqing said, "No matter whose child it is, Jingze won't raise it for you. You'd better abort the child as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter whose flesh and blood the child is, no one will raise it for you. You can only bear it yourself." Mo Huiling was shocked. You can't do this. The child belongs to the Gu family. I don't believe that the Gu family will let the child fall outside. You should know Jingze's personality. He said that he won't raise it, so he won't. Mo Huiling didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. She believed that he wouldn't be so heartless to her if it were other women. Perhaps when her child was born, he wouldn't think so. He wouldn't think that way when he saw his own child. "If you're willing, I'll hire the best doctor to treat you immediately. I'll also give you some compensation. I know you don't care about small compensation. I'll give you a shopping mall as compensation, which is not a small amount." How generous, as expected of the Gu clan. Mo Huiling sneered. "Since you said that the child doesn't belong to the Gu family, why did you compensate me? You're so generous. I'm even more certain that the child belongs to Gu Jingze. Hey, I'm compensating you because we don't want your matter to affect the harmony of the family." Mu Wanqing felt that it was worth it for her to spend this little bit of money. Otherwise, Mo Huiling had a relationship with Jingze in the past, and if she always got close to Jingze, it wouldn't be good if something else happened, so it would be better to settle it once and for all. Moreover, many people knew about her relationship with Gu Jingze in the past. If she went out and caused a ruckus, it would be bad for Gu Jingze's reputation. So what was this bit of money? In comparison, Jingze's reputation was more important. Mo Huiling said angrily, "Why can't I? I'm the young miss of the Mo family after all, and the quality of the child I give birth to will definitely be better than Lin Che's. Furthermore, Lin Che might not be able to give birth, otherwise why would she still not get pregnant? Why must you treat me like this?" Mu Wanqing said, "That's right, I don't like you. You've always known that. Then you like Lin Che, that's right." Mu Wanqing also said directly, "I like Lin Che. I'm very happy that she's my daughter-in-law." Mo Huiling became even more jealous. Why would they like a powerless woman like Lin Che, who had nothing at all? Why didn't they like her? Mu Wanqing had been going against her for so long, and the moment Lin Che came out, she immediately liked Lin Che. As for herself, she couldn't even get close to the first lady of the Gu family in the past. Lin Che seemed to be able to do everything easily, but she couldn't please him no matter what. Mo Huiling gritted her teeth. Since she couldn't please him, she might as well say, all right, since you said so, I won't be polite with you. I won't abort the child. This is the flesh and blood of the Gu family, so it's the flesh and blood of the Gu family. Unless you kill me, if you force me to abort the child, I'll tell everyone that the Gu family bullied me, played with me, and forced me to abort the child. Do you think this will make Gu Jingze, Lin Che, and the Gu family a laughingstock? After saying this, Mo Huiling swung her hand and walked away. Mu Wanqing narrowed her eyes as she watched her leave. This little bitch was actually so evil. After the family returned to the Gu family's residence, Mu Wanqing specially asked the kitchen to make more food for Lin Che, lest Lin Che got angry and had a bad appetite today. In the living room, Gu Jingyan didn't go because she was busy with work today. She looked at Lin Che and said, "Sister-in-law, I heard about what happened today." Lin Che shrugged. "Forget it. It's not a big deal." Gu Jingyan said, "Yeah, it's actually not a big deal. However, if that Mo Huiling dares to cause trouble, we'll all be on your side. Don't worry." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyan gratefully. "Thank you, Jingyan. We're a family, there's no need to be so polite." "Alright, sister-in-law, these are all my second brother's love history. Go back and teach him a lesson. Let him deal with his own past. If you're angry yourself, it's not worth it." "Yeah, I won't let him off when I get back." Lin Che raised his fist. He thought to himself that if she was also pregnant, it wouldn't be so bad. Pft, pft. Why was she thinking about this? She blushed. She thought to herself that she was actually thinking about carrying someone else's child. Gu Jingyan said, "Oh yeah, don't think too much about it. Let's go bowling tonight." Lin Che said, "Tonight?" "Yeah, exercise. It's good for the body. Our family just opened a new shopping mall. The 6th floor is a sports area. Let's go and have a look with second brother." Lin Che said, "Okay, you don't have to ask him." Gu Jingyan said, "Don't ask him. Forget it. My second brother is vengeful. If I bring sister-in-law out alone this time, second brother will definitely be angry. It's better to ask him to come along. Otherwise, I won't be able to handle his anger." "How can that be? He's not that scary." "That's only for you, sister-in-law. Towards others, even his own sister, he won't show any mercy." Lin Che pursed his lips and said, "You guys are exaggerating. It's as if he's especially good to me." Yeah. We've seen him being especially good to sister-in-law. That's what you guys see. You guys haven't seen him when he's not good." Gu Jingyan said, "When is he not good?" "When he's in bed." Chapter 547. Lin Che's face turned even redder. "Jingyan, you're too dirty." Gu Jingzi came in. "What are you guys talking about? You look so happy." "We were talking about going bowling. Let's go, second brother, to the new bowling alley in the mall." Gu Jingzi said, "Okay." He thought that it was good to go so that she wouldn't be unhappy. Even if the two of them trusted each other, they would still feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Even he felt uncomfortable, not to mention Lin Che. Gu Jingyan jumped up and got ready to drive. She said to Lin Che, "See, second brother will go wherever we go with little sister-in-law." "What do you mean?" Lin Che asked. "In the past, he would say he didn't have time even if we asked him out for a meal, let alone going bowling. When have you ever seen him go out on his own?" "Alright, that's true. He seems to be quite a loner. However, he did go out a lot when he was with her. Even though she always dragged him out." Gu Jingyan called Liu Beichin and asked him if he wanted to go. When Liu Beichin heard this, he reluctantly agreed. Gu Jingyan said over the phone, "What? You don't have to go if you don't want to. Why do you look so awkward?" Lin Che was worried that they would quarrel again, so he quickly grabbed the phone and said, Okay, let's go. The more the merrier." Gu Jingyan put down the phone. Gu Jingyan held Lin Che's hand and Gu Jingzi followed behind. The three of them walked out together and coincidentally bumped into Mu Wanqing. "Hey, you guys are going out?" "Yeah, Mom. We're going for a walk." Mu Wanqing squinted her eyes, feeling very happy. They were having such a good time together, so of course she felt much happier. When they arrived at the Gu family's house, Liu Beichin happened to drive over. Gu Jingyan said, "Let's go. We'll take that SUV together." It's a big car. It's too troublesome to take second brother's car. People who know that car will crowd around when they see second brother. It's better for us to keep a low profile. The three of them got into Liu Beichen's car. Liu Beichen said, "Why do you want to go there?" Gu Jingyan said, "I haven't been to the new bowling stadium in a long time. I want to have a look. Are you busy? If you're too busy, you can leave now." "When did I say that I was busy?" Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan. Why did this woman like to deliberately find fault with him? Gu Jingyan said, "It's understandable that CEO Liu is so busy. I'm just sympathizing with you." Liu Beichen glared at her. "I think you've been finding me more and more of an eyesore lately." Lin Che said, "Classmate Liu, are you sure you can drive properly? Why don't we change drivers?" Liu Beichen looked behind him and suddenly remembered that there were two people behind him. "Don't worry, I have a big heart. Otherwise, I would have been angered to death by her." Lin Che was speechless. "What you're doing isn't right." "What?" Liu Beichen said. Lin Che said, "You can't refute a woman's words. You just have to follow what the woman says. Yes, yes, that's right, that's right, that's right." That woman won't follow up with another sentence. "Look at you, you refute every sentence she says, and when you're done, she retorts again. Of course you'll end up fighting." Lin Che looked up and said, "Right, Gu Jingze?" Gu Jingze said, "Yeah." Liu Beichen said, "You've never heard Gu Jingze refute her?" "Nope." Liu Beichen quickly turned around and looked again. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he said, "Oh, he doesn't like to talk at all. Let me tell you, it's not that he doesn't refute her, he's just too lazy to refute her. You've been tricked, okay?" Gu Jingze crossed his arms. "I never refute her." Gu Jingyan said, "Hey. Really? Because what I say is always right. She can't refute me." Lin Che looked at this arrogant man speechlessly. However, thinking about it, it was indeed the case. When she followed him, she could only be amazed. Moreover, she was so infatuated with him. Seeing that he knew everything and knew so much more than she did, she only cared about admiring him and not refuting him. She didn't know anything and had always listened to what he said. Moreover, Gu Jingze was so good-looking. No matter how she wanted to refute him, she would just think, "Forget it, he's so good-looking anyway, so whatever he says goes." Liu Beichen only felt that he was being showered with affection. He turned around and looked at Gu Jingyan. Forget it. She could always find something to refute. She wasn't a gentle woman. She never was. She wasn't in the past, she wasn't now, and she wouldn't be in the future. After all, she had probably been spoiled rotten by everyone since she was in school. He still remembered that on the first day she came to school, everyone had said that the daughter of the Gu family had arrived, accompanied by bodyguards and a luxury car. It had been an imposing sight. After that, Gu Jingyan had become a well-known figure in school. However, Liu Beichen had thought that she was just a pretty face. He hadn't expected that she would sweep away all the rankings in her first exam and become the top student in the school. Liu Beichen didn't care much about the results, but he felt that he had been humiliated because everyone had said, "Beichen, you're the only one who can get into our school. Your family background isn't any worse than hers, and your studies aren't any worse than hers. If you can't win her over, none of us will be able to win her over." Unfortunately, the more he tried to woo her, the more courageous she became. He couldn't blame her for always being an eyesore. This woman wasn't good at all. She was always so arrogant and didn't behave like a woman. She didn't know how to show weakness. She was the same even in bed. Gu Jingyan said, "Forget it, sister-in-law. Do you think everyone is as reasonable as my second brother? He won't listen to me for the rest of his life. Why don't you listen to me? Why do you have to listen to me? Because what I said was right, Gu Jingyan said. Huh, what were you right about? Liu Beichen said. Gu Jingyan said, I said that we would follow my plan to get listed today. We would definitely get the first place, but you didn't believe me. You even reprimanded me in front of the board of directors. Because you didn't think it through. Was I reprimanding you? I was expressing my own opinion. How can that be called reprimanding? Of course, if you have any problems, you can talk to me in private. The two of us, one is the CEO, and the other is the CEO. Do you think it's nice to argue in front of so many people in the meeting room? Lin Che was speechless as he listened. The two of them were so good at arguing. Lin Che could imagine what it would be like if the two bosses of the company were to argue in the meeting room. No one would dare to say a word. They could only watch the two of them argue, not knowing who to turn to for help. Especially since they were husband and wife. Chapter 548. Liu Beichen said, Hey, I wanted to tell you in private, but have you ever given me a chance? I can't find you every time I come to the company. Gu Jingyan paused for a moment. She thought about it and realized that he was right. She tried to avoid him at the company to avoid another fight. But she wouldn't admit it in front of him. How do you know you can't find me if you don't look for me? You just don't like me and can't be bothered to see me. That's why you avoid me. You. Liu Beichen said, Forget it. I don't want to talk to you about this. Gu Jingyan snorted. She was about to say something else when Lin Che interrupted, I really pity your employees. Do you feel like you're in an abyss of fire when you're with two people every day? Because you don't know when they'll start quarreling. No, Gu Jingzi said. They'll get used to it slowly. They'll be like me. It's like watching a TV show. They'll see who will win today. Yeah, sometimes I feel that watching the NBA is fun. Anyway, one side will win and the other side will lose. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi speechlessly. Gu Jingzi looked at her. Anyway, no matter how much they quarrel and smash things, I don't see them separating. Otherwise, how could they have been fighting each other for so many years? Why didn't they stop seeing each other? Gu Jingyan looked up at Liu Beichen and turned her head away. Liu Beichen snorted and said, I'm not afraid. If she can't stand it and wants to break up with me, I won't. Gu Jingyan said, Why should I? I can stand it. At most, I'll just treat it as a disobedient parrot that keeps talking. It's a little noisy, but it doesn't bother me. Of course, if you can't stand it, you can bring it up. The two of them glared at each other and turned their heads away. Luckily, they finally arrived at the shopping mall. After getting out of the car, Lin Che hurriedly pulled Gu Jingzi up with her. As they walked, he said, if I knew they were so hot-tempered, I wouldn't have agreed to go out with Jingyan. I would have let them quarrel among themselves. Gu Jingzi said, Forget it. You'll get used to it soon. Lin Che said, But it's a pity that they're separated. I reckon that even if they're separated, it'll be hard for them to find another opponent to quarrel with. They can discuss ideas together at work, and they won't have nothing to say when they're away from the company. Besides, it's because of their status and the things they study are too similar. They're both smart people, so they quarrel. Between a man and a woman, as long as one side isn't that strong, they won't quarrel. Like me and you. Gu Jingzi nodded thoughtfully and said, You're right. I'm better than you in every aspect, so you have no right to quarrel with me. Especially, you might not be able to out-argue me in an argument, given your IQ. Lin Che raised his head and glared at him rudely. This building was filled with newly built facilities. It was a huge shopping mall that had just opened for business. Lin Che knew about it as he had seen the advertisement for it. It was said that this was a shopping mall for eating, drinking, and having fun. There were a total of 13 floors. There was a hotel at the top, a shopping mall at the bottom, and a sports and entertainment area in the middle. There was a movie city, an arcade city, and even a stadium. Lin Che didn't know that this was developed by the Gu family. There were quite a lot of people here. Lin Che, Gu Jingze, and the others went up from the corridor inside. When they reached the stadium, there were fewer people. There was a sports hall, a fitness room, a tennis room, an indoor golf room, and a bowling alley. There were not many people in the bowling alley. After Lin Che entered, he followed Gu Jingyan to change clothes. She said as they walked, "Little sister-in-law, what do you think? This place is not bad, right?" "Yeah, it's really big and has such a complete set of facilities. It's not bad at all. This was planned by someone before I came back to China. It was only opened after 3 years of construction." "Wow, you did this." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyan and said. Gu Jingyan said, "Yeah, it's still a foundation of the Gu family, but I found someone to plan it." Lin Che felt that the children of the Gu family were all very capable. They had their own achievements in all aspects. Even Gu Jing's sister was the same. The two of them changed into sportswear and went out. The two beauties who were wearing the same sportswear had their own unique characteristics. One was beautiful, and the other was refreshing. It was really surprising. As they walked, the other people in the bowling alley couldn't help but look over. Luckily, there were not many people, so some people recognized Lin Che and it didn't cause any commotion. The men were almost drooling as they stared at Lin Che. However, they saw the two girls walk up to the two tall men. Although they were wearing simple sportswear, it showed off their beauty because of their simple dressing. They looked so good in sportswear. It was obvious that they weren't ordinary people, let alone when they were in normal times. Lin Che said, I used to play bowling when I was in school. Let me try." Gu Jingyan said, "Really? Little sister-in-law, come and try." "But I'm definitely not as good as you think." "Ha ha ha ha, if any of you dare to laugh at me, I'll stuff the bowling ball into your mouths." Gu Jingyan said, "Ha ha ha ha, little sister-in-law, you're too funny. Don't stuff it into me. Stuff it into the two of them. They have sharp mouths." Lin Che put on some powder and picked up the bowling ball. Seeing that the machine showed that it was in place, she went up and threw it. The ball went down the path. Luckily, it didn't fall to the side. However, it went a little crooked and only hit 3 people. Gu Jingze shook his head at the back. Lin Che exclaimed and said, You hit 3. Not bad at all." Gu Jingze said, "There are still 7 that you didn't hit." Lin Che said, "You're really. You have to look at the world in a different way. You always look at the bad side and you're unhappy every day. If you look at the good side, won't you be happy every day? Why do you have to look at the ones that I didn't hit? You have to look at the ones that I hit." Gu Jingyan heard Lin Che say this. She narrowed her eyes and nodded. She smiled at Gu Jingze and said, "Little sister-in-law is right." Gu Jingze glanced at Gu Jingyan and shook his head at Lin Che. All right, what she said was not wrong. He knew that this girl always had a lot of fallacies. It made him, who always pursued perfection, speechless sometimes. Gu Jingyan looked at Lin Che with a smile. She seemed to like this little sister-in-law more and more. She also gradually understood why second brother liked to be with her and treated her so well. Gu Jingyan said, "All right, don't laugh at little sister-in-law. Come on. Why don't you compete and see who's better?" Chapter 549. Liu Beichen stood up and stretched his wrists. Sure, let's have a competition. Gu Jingze also shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. Gu Jingyan clapped her hands happily and said, that's great. The loser will go and tell a stranger I love you later. What do you think? Lin Che almost choked. Gu Jingyan was too good at this. Gu Jingze frowned and turned to look at Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen said, no way. Can't you think of something more disgusting? Can't you confess your love to a woman? Forget it. That would be too easy for you. No, I have to confess to a man. What's wrong, Liu Beichen? You know how powerful my second brother is. Are you worried about losing to him? Ha! Can your goading be any worse? Gu Jingyan made a face at him and said, come and play then. Gu Jingyan looked at Gu Jingze and said, see. My brother isn't worried at all. In his heart, he has already won against you. Liu Beichen saw that Gu Jingze was looking at the lane in front of him. Liu Beichen said, okay, let's do it. Liu Beichen went to wipe the anti-skid powder and turned to Gu Jingze. Come on. I won't go easy on you today in order not to confess my love to a man. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. I think you should be ready now. Ready for what? If I'm ready to confess my love to you. Fuck. I'm going to beat you up today. Lin Che and Gu Jingyan watched the two of them arguing. They knew that Gu Jingze's words were always so infuriating. The two of them began to play. The machine calculated the score very accurately. In a bowling match, 10 shots were taken in a round. Each time, there were 3 chances to throw the ball. If the first throw knocked down 10 balls, then there was no need to play the second and third time. If not, then the second and third time could be played. However, in the 10th round, even if the first throw knocked down 10 balls, the other 2 rounds would still be played. In the end, the score would be determined, and whoever had the higher score would win. Liu Beichen kicked off and threw a grand slam. He turned to provoke Gu Jingze and raised his eyebrows. Gu Jingze was unruffled. He walked over slowly, picked up the ball, and threw the ball with the standard posture without any mistakes. He looked very calm and unhurried, but he was full of confidence. Sure enough, as soon as the ball was thrown, it was a grand slam. Lin Che said, wow, they're all so powerful. Yeah, let's see who will make a mistake, Gu Jingyan said. Gu Jingyan said, who do you want to win? She shrugged and said, forget it. It's useless to ask. You must want second brother to win. Lin Che said, no, I still hope for Liu Beichen to win. Why? Because I want to see Gu Jingze confess to a man, Lin Che said. Gu Jingyan smiled and said, all right, that makes sense. Haha, then I hope second brother wins. The one who confesses should be Liu Beichen. He deserves to be so arrogant. While the two of them were talking, the second round had already begun. The two of them were so evenly matched. If one of them had a grand slam, the other would have a grand slam. They were in a stalemate, neither giving in to the other. At the back, other people started to notice the competition. Although the people who came to play were all good at it, most of them were dabblers. How could there be such a good person who could make a grand slam every time? Moreover, looking at their movements, posture, and precision, they felt that they were very professional. Wow, those two men are so handsome. Yeah, they're playing well. Are they professionals? They don't look like they are. They don't look like athletes either. They look like celebrities. They're even more handsome than celebrities. Of course. Celebrities are all made from plastic surgery. They look so much better than celebrities. Yeah, they look like the sons of rich families. Their bodies are so good. They must exercise regularly. After a while, everyone in the stadium gathered around to watch the two of them compete. Liu Beichen glared at Gu Jingze. He was so busy. How could he have time to practice? But he was so good at it. He was so difficult to deal with. Jingze, is it really okay for you to fight me like this? Let me tell you, the Liu family lent you the bridge construction equipment tomorrow. Oh. Gu Jingze looked at him. I think you've forgotten that your family is still bidding for the next phase of the Bay project. If you win the bid, you'll get 1.3 billion. Are you sure you want to offend me, the person in charge of the project? You. Alright, if you lose today, I'll give you the management rights of Qianming Mall. That's like giving you a 300 million annual turnover. I won't do anything if you lose. All I know is that if you win, I'll give Zhong Tinji Jingyan's contact number. He's been chasing after her for so many years, but he's never gotten her number. Gu Jingze was too vicious. Really vicious. Lin Che and Gu Jingyan watched from the side. Lin Che's body trembled. He thought to himself, these big CEOs are just playing bowling. Do they need to threaten me with a few 100 million? She really wanted to say, give me the money and I'll confess to men on your behalf, but what was the last one? Liu Beichen gritted his teeth and snorted. It's just confessing to men. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. This kind of degrading thing is more suitable for you, Gu Jingze said. Just you wait. Liu Beichen threw another grand slam. Soon, it was the 10th round. Both of them still had a grand slam. The people around them couldn't help but be excited. These two were too awesome. They didn't want to give in to each other. If both of them didn't make any mistakes in this match, there wouldn't be a result even if they competed for a day. However, even if they competed for a day, they were willing to watch. After all, both of them were handsome and their throwing movements were so beautiful. Lin Che was about to say something when she heard a girl shouting, "Go, go, go. You're so handsome." Lin Che turned around and realized that there were so many people on both sides. She couldn't help but sigh. Really, she attracted attention everywhere she went. As a result, even though she was a famous celebrity, she didn't stand out as much among them. Some people looked over curiously. However, they were sitting with their backs facing them, so the men and women could only guess who the two good-looking beauties were too. Lin Che really wanted to see Gu Jingze confess to men. She had never seen Gu Jingze so embarrassed before. She was really looking forward to it. However, in her heart, she didn't want Gu Jingze to lose. Because in her heart, Gu Jingze seemed to have never lost to anyone. Chapter 550. Lin Che stood up and watched as the two players were about to play the last one. He wondered if it would be a grand slam again. Just then, Liu Beichen picked up the ball. Gu Jingze looked at Liu Beichen suddenly and said casually, "Oh yeah, have you read Jingyan's diary?" Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingze and asked, "What did you say?" Gu Jingze looked up and said, "Jingyan kept a diary when she was in high school. There are probably more than 10 of them at home. Haven't you read them?" He and Gu Jingyan were very independent. He had never cared about Gu Jingyan's things. But what about the diary? Was there anything about him? It was not impossible. In high school, they were very familiar with each other. He was curious about what she had written about him in the diary. He was also curious about his place in her heart when they were in high school. That was all Gu Jingze said. He looked at him with a smile and signaled for him to continue. Fuck, he had never seen someone as cunning as Gu Jingze. How could he be so shameless in the last round? However, Liu Beichen looked at it for a moment before he slowly threw the ball. Then, The ball quickly went to one side. Only 4 players were knocked down. The rest only moved a little. Ah yeah. What a pity. The people beside him exclaimed. Lin Che stood up immediately. He thought to himself, what's going on? It seems like Gu Jingze said something to Liu Beichen just now, and after that, Liu Beichen seems to give up on his own accord. But what did he say? Gu Jingze made his move next. He turned around and looked at Liu Beichen. There was a faint smile on his lips that made him look mysterious. Then, he threw the ball confidently. Just like before, there was no hesitation at all. The result was as expected. It was another grand slam. Gu Jingze won just like that. Lin Che jumped up and ran over, saying, Wow, Liu Beichen, are you admitting defeat now? Are you going to confess to a man? Gu Jingyan said, I told you that you can't beat my second brother. Go and confess. Liu Beichen glared at Gu Jingyan. She turned around, wiped the white powder off her hands, and hurriedly put her arm around Gu Jingze's shoulder. She lowered her head and said, Hey, I lost, right? You should tell me. Tell you what? Gu Jingze asked. Liu Beichen said, Did you read Gu Jingyan's diary? Tell me, what was written in it? Gu Jingze calmly wiped his hands and looked at him innocently. Oh, you mean that? Hurry up and tell me, don't play dumb with me, Liu Beichen said. Gu Jingze said, I saw her diary, but I didn't see the content. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would read someone else's diary? Liu Beichen's face turned red with anger. Gu Jingze. What? Then why did you say you saw it? I said that I've read the diary. It's true. Alright, Liu Beichen was tricked by him. He finally knew that he had done it on purpose. Gu Jingyan said, Hey, what are you doing? Don't tell me you've forgotten. Go confess. Gu Jingyan went over to pull Liu Beichen away. Liu Beichen looked at her speechlessly. He could only say, fuck. I'm a man of my word. I don't want some people to be despicable. He pointed at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked in his direction. He elegantly picked up his glass and took a sip of water. He didn't care at all. Anyway, he won, no matter what tricks he used. Liu Beichen snorted and walked out. Gu Jingyan quickly followed him and pulled Lin Che along. Let's go. Let's help him find someone to confess to. The two of them were gloating. Looking at the men going in and out of the stadium, Gu Jingyan said, Hey, how about that fat man? He looks tough. Lin Che said, Hey, how about that one? He has a girlfriend. Ha ha ha, you're better than me. Good, let him confess to the one with a girlfriend. She quickly pushed Liu Beichen. Go, Liu Beichen. You lost the bet. Don't say you don't want to go anymore. Hurry up and go. Liu Beichen looked at them awkwardly. He could only look at them speechlessly and said, All right, I'll go. Why are you pushing me away? I said I'll go, and I won't go back on my word. However, Liu Beichen had never done something as embarrassing as confessing to a man before. He looked over and scratched his head awkwardly. Thinking that the sooner he died, the sooner he could be reincarnated, so he still walked over in a few steps. Lin Che and Gu Jingyan were giggling behind him. They felt like their stomachs were going to explode from holding in their laughter. Liu Beichen walked over and said, Hey, wait a minute. It was a man and a woman. The man was quite good-looking and the woman was quite pretty. When they saw Liu Beichen stop them, they thought it was strange and looked confused. But seeing that Liu Beichen was handsome and bright, the woman smiled. She looked at him and said, What's up? Liu Beichen looked at the man and said quickly, I love you. I want to be with you and never be apart from you. The man was completely stunned. I. You. What are you saying? The woman was stunned for a moment. Then, she covered her mouth and looked overjoyed. After Liu Beichen said that, he muttered, damn it, what the hell is this? Gu Jingzi, I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Then, without caring about what the two of them thought, he quickly turned around and left. Ha 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 ha, Lin Che and Gu Jingyan were dying of laughter. Especially when the woman looked so happy. It was hilarious. It was obvious that girls were very tolerant of such things nowadays. Gu Jingyan said, I think the girl is very happy. Why don't we just let Liu Beichen be with her? Lin Che said, yeah, it's mainly because Liu Beichen is handsome. If he's ugly, she probably won't be very happy. Now that she can see two handsome guys together, of course she's happy. Just then, Liu Beichen returned. Gu Jingyan quickly said, not bad, not bad. That's a good confession. Looks like you're very talented in this area. Enough. Don't mention it again. Alright, let's go eat. Gu Jingzi is treating us. I'm going to make him pay for it. With that, Liu Beichen strode into Gu Jingzi's restaurant as if he was sharpening his knife. The four of them drove away and soon arrived at a more expensive Japanese restaurant. Liu Beichen said, sigh, I can't bear to do anything to you. Let's just eat something mediocre. If it's too expensive, you don't have to pay. Lin Che looked up at him speechlessly. It was mediocre here. She knew this place. She had heard that a meal here cost more than 10,000 yuan. It was said that the ingredients were flown in from Japan and all the sashimi and seafood were delivered on the same day. Chapter 551. Liu Beichen was very familiar with the place. It seemed like he came here often. I want the private room inside, he said and pointed to the innermost one. The private room was Japanese style. After entering, he sat down cross-legged and unceremoniously ordered the dishes. Gu Jingzi didn't seem to mind and ordered whatever he wanted. When the food was served, everyone ate together. Gu Jingyan said, I had a great time today. Sister-in-law, do you want to come out again? Yeah, it's okay to come out with Lin Che. But Lin Che, don't bring your husband. Liu Beichen snorted. He still couldn't get over what had happened. Gu Jingzi said, you lost the bet. What else do you have to say? That's your dirty trick. This is to teach you a lesson. There are many open and hidden attacks in the business world. If you can't even handle my little trick, how are you going to support Jingyan in the future? Ha, alright, I'm not as experienced as you. After all, you've been in the business world for so many years and you've never lost. Speaking of which, Liu Beichen pitted his enemies. With this guy around, they had suffered so many losses. Luckily, the Liu family had always been on the same side as the Gu family. Liu Beichen thought to himself that he couldn't stand on the opposite side of Gu Jingzi. Gu Jingyan said, alright, second brother always tricked us when we were young. You're not used to it yet. You'll be fine when you get used to it. Gu Jingyan looked at Lin Che and said, you don't know this. When we were young, we hired a home tutor. In the end, second brother urged the four of us to go out and play. He made Gu Jingyu pretend to have a stomachache to lure the home tutor out. Then, the rest of us sneaked out and father found out. When we came back, only second brother was sitting there reading a book. It turns out that before he ran out, he had already bribed the security guard at the entrance to tell him when father came back. He didn't tell us because he was worried that no one would reprimand father would investigate and expose him as the mastermind. In the end, the three of us were punished and he escaped. Sigh, Lin Che said, wow, you're so evil. Gu Jingze was still eating calmly. There's nothing too deceitful in war. Gu Jingyan still wanted to say something but her hand was burned. Ouch. She threw the cup away and took a step back subconsciously. Liu Beichen hurriedly threw down his chopsticks and said, what's wrong with you? Ouch, I say, Gu Jingyan, you're an adult and you can still get scalded. Let me see where you're scalded. Liu Beichen hurriedly looked at her hand. Seeing that it was red, he lowered his head and blew at it. As he did so, he said, look at you. I told you that you never knew how to be mindful and multitask. Look at you now. I scalded you and you're still scolding me. Do you have any compassion? What's the use of loving you? You're so annoying. Let go. I don't need you to look. Hey, I still want to see it. Give me your hand. Let me see. You're rebelling. Get lost, I don't need you to look. I still want to see it. Let me see it. At this moment, the waiter also came in. Seeing the two of them arguing, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only wait until the two of them were done arguing before saying, Mr. Liu, Madam, we have medicine here. We're really sorry. We were careless and scalded you. Today's dishes will be 50% free of charge. Hearing this, Liu Beichen raised his head and said, it's your fault that I was scalded, but you don't have to pay for it. President Gu is treating today. Not only will you have to pay for it, but you can also get some tips. The waiter really liked these rich people. If it were someone else, he would have rebelled and asked for free. But they didn't want free food and said that. Rich people were indeed rich people. Seeing the two of them like this, Lin Che felt that Liu Beichen was actually concerned about Gu Jingyan. But these two were really enemies. They didn't give in to each other. There was no other way. This meal was indeed expensive. The four of them went home. Gu Jingze called someone to pick them up and let them go first. Lin Che was about to go back when he received a call from Yu Minmin. He said that there would be a celebrity charity dinner in a few days and he hoped that she would attend it. Lin Che said that she would do as she saw fit. After this trip, Lin Che had indeed thrown all his troubles to the back of his mind. The next day, he met up with Yu Minmin to discuss their future plans. After the studio was set up, they were going to look for some celebrities who were worth grooming. They wanted to work together with Lin Che. After all, the profits would be limited. Yu Minmin asked for Lin Che's opinion. Lin Che said, if it can make money, of course it's okay. Yu Minmin said, because some celebrities only want to be themselves. That way, they won't have to share their resources with others. Lin Che said, I've always felt that when it comes to resources, we shouldn't fight with each other. Instead, we should work together to fight for resources from the outside. If I'm the only celebrity, our style is fixed and our resources are fixed, we won't be able to expand further. But if there are other celebrities, it'll be different. There will be all sorts of resources and we can expand together, right? Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. Not bad. You've indeed improved after following Gu Jingze. That's because I'm a smart person. I don't usually exert myself because I want to give others a way out. Otherwise, if I'm too smart, how can others live? Alright. You're too full of yourself. But the witchcraft notes will probably be filmed in some dangerous places. You have to be careful. Life will be tough. Forget it, I understand. Filming has always been a tough job. I don't mind if it's a little tough. That's how it is anyway. Yu Minmin patted Lin Che's shoulder. Say, Ling Dong must be regretting it to death. They didn't want an obedient, sensible, and unafraid artist like you. yet they insisted on an artist like Qin Wanwan who's so troublesome. Forget it. I'll use my actions to tell them that I'll have a better life without them. That's right. Yu Minmin said, let's work hard together. The charity gala was organized by a famous fashion magazine, Microforce. This fashion magazine had always been worshipped by many fashionistas. They always felt that their fashion magazine was the best magazine to measure the current trend of fashion. Hence, many celebrities had participated in their magazine's print shoots. Some big names were proud of being on the magazine's cover. It was as if being chosen meant that they had become a fashionista and could lead the trend. It was as if their taste had been recognized. However, Lin Che had never been chosen to be on the cover. Perhaps it was because Lin Che didn't really follow the fashion route, so he didn't pay much attention to it. When Yu Minmin showed Lin Che the schedule, she told him in advance, "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, Qin Wanwan was on the cover." Chapter 552. Well. Lin Che understood. Yu Minmin was worried that he would be compared and laughed at because he had never been photographed before. Lin Che said, "But isn't it hard to get invited?" "That's right. You're one of the more outstanding celebrities this year and you're on the rise. That's why they invited you. Most small-time celebrities don't even have the right to stand in the front row and take pictures. You seem to be sitting in the front row, which shows how much they value you. It can also be seen from the schedule that they invited you with great sincerity." Lin Che said, "Then I'd better go. If I don't go, I'll offend such a big brand fashion magazine and I'll probably be slandered to death." "Okay." Yu Minmin helped her plan the dress style for the gala. Since it was a fashion magazine gala, she reckoned that many people would dress fashionably. Lin Che felt that he was an actor and didn't pay much attention to fashion, so he wasn't sure. In the end, Yu Minmin worked with the stylist and decided to let her dress simply. Yu Minmin said, "Beauty has become popular these 2 years. I think a lot of people will wear that kind of black suit. Many female celebrities have done that before and won good reviews, so let's not join in the fun." In the end, she chose a pair of black wide-legged pants for Lin Che with a spaghetti strap, revealing her small waist and beautiful collarbones. She wore a pair of wide-soled high heels and carried a bright-colored bag. The overall style was simple, but it accentuated her figure. On the day of the gala, Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and asked, "What did you donate for the shoot?" Lin Che said, "I asked Gu Jingze if there was anything I could donate. Anyway, it's for charity. Using his things would help him accumulate good karma. Gu Jingze told me to pick out some decorations at home. I picked a gown that I wore at the Golden Awards and asked if there were any fans who wanted it. Since I've already worn it, I might as well sell it at a low price." Yu Minmin was speechless. "Just pick some decorations. Isn't he afraid that you'll tear down his house?" "Gu Jingze doesn't care about that. He said that all the things at home are done by his mother-in-law, so he doesn't have time to participate in the design." Yu Minmin took out the ornament and looked at it. Indeed, it looked like an ordinary crystal ornament. It didn't seem to be that valuable. "Fine. If it were someone else, I would be worried that she would be laughed at for taking something worthless. But it's you. I'm really worried that Gu Jingze will feel sorry for you if he finds out that you took something too valuable." "Of course not. When I left, I specifically asked him if he could do it. He just took a glance at it and said whatever. I strongly suspect that he doesn't even know what it is." The two of them chatted and laughed as they went inside. In the blink of an eye, the reporters had already approached them. Looking at Lin Che, the reporter didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly, "What auction items did you bring today?" Lin Che smiled and said, "It's just a few random decorations. Let's see if anyone wants them." Is it a decoration in your house? Can you show it to us first so that we can take a look? Oh, of course. She took out the crystal and showed it to everyone. When the reporters saw this, they immediately lost interest. It was such a simple thing. This is Lin Che's first time attending Willie's charity dinner, right? The reporter asked. Lin Che could hear the disdain in his voice. That's right. It's my first time. Is there a problem? What the reporter meant was that it was her first time here, so she didn't know what was going on. Was that why the auction items she brought were so lousy? She had brought it casually. Charity was something that should be done quickly and efficiently. It wasn't a competition. The reporter felt uncomfortable under Lin Che's calm gaze and immediately shrank back. Everyone felt that it was not easy to fool Lin Che now. She was no longer the quiet girl who had just become popular. After all, she was now very popular. How dare this reporter speak to her with such disdain? This reporter must be the newcomer. However, the reporter behind immediately asked, Lin Che, have you not filmed Whaley yet? Lin Che said, that's right. I haven't filmed it yet. Do you want to do it? Of course I do. No one asked me to do it. Perhaps the clothes I wear aren't fashionable at all. I just like to wear comfortable clothes, so I feel like I'm lying to my fans. But I still want to do it. Otherwise, if Whaley could come up with a celebrity fashion makeover plan, I would be able to do it. Lin Che knew that these people would always compare her with Qin Wanwan. They would laugh at her for not having shot in a magazine and not being fashionable enough. She might as well say it first and shut their mouths. The reporters were indeed speechless. Everyone laughed and let Lin Che off. After Lin Che entered, she heard someone say, I heard that Qin Wanwan donated a car to the auction. It's worth a few million. That's generous. Yeah. So Qin Wanwan donated a luxury car worth a few million. She was really rich. Lin Che didn't think too much about it. Previously, he heard that some rich fans were willing to bid $1 million for a celebrity's private clothes. Lin Che thought that he could only count on these rich fans to help him out. However, he didn't seem to have many rich fans. She didn't meet her fans many times and hadn't cultivated any loyal nouveau riche fans. It was said that Qin Wanwan had quite a few nouveau riche fans who would follow her wherever she went to film and would even fork out money to give gifts to the members of the fan club. However, Lin Che had to deal with many other things besides being a celebrity, such as the Gu family's affairs, so he really neglected his fans. It was impossible for him to make a last-minute effort now. He could only sigh and find his seat to sit down. Before he started, he heard someone from the organization call out, Lin Che, you're here. Don't be in a hurry to sit down. Go take a group photo while everyone is here. Huh? Okay. Lin Che stood up and saw that not everyone could take a group photo with him. Many small-time celebrities who weren't too famous were still sitting in their seats. Their hearts were filled with envy as they watched Lin Che stand up. Lin Che looked around and walked over. When he reached the front, he saw that the celebrities who walked up to the front to take a group photo were all famous and relatively popular recently. The organizer was very good at starting a conversation. When he saw Lin Che, he said, Hey, you guys are similar in age, standing together. Ha, the 4 little stars are all here today. Not bad. Qin Wanwan was also among them. She smiled at Lin Che. Next to her was Wang Qingchu and another little star. Among the 4, the other 2 obviously weren't as famous as these 2, so they looked at Lin Che and Qin Wanwan with strange expressions. They harumphed as though they were unconvinced and didn't want to do anything on the surface. They didn't even greet them. Chapter 553. Lin Che and Qin Wanwan stood next to each other. The organizer purposely pushed the two of them together and said with a smile, "Come, come. You two are close. Come closer and be more intimate." Close. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't know what the organizer was thinking. They probably wanted to create more conversation this way. But Lin Che didn't care. Comparison was comparison. He wasn't afraid of comparison. In any case, she felt that she and Qin Wanwan were becoming more and more incomparable. Whether it was in terms of acting skills or image, as they developed, they were becoming more and more fixed. They were no longer like before when they couldn't find a direction. Perhaps their image was still somewhat similar, but now, Lin Che was becoming more and more androgynous and down-to-earth while Qin Wanwan was still walking the path of the nation's goddess, gentle and beautiful. The two of them stood together. Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che quietly. "You look good today." "Yeah, you too," Lin Che said. Qin Wanwan said, "But I heard that you haven't acted in Whaley before. You should ask your manager. You're so popular, how can you not have acted in Whaley before?" Lin Che said, "Forget it. I don't really care about fashion anyway. It's fine if I haven't acted in it." Qin Wanwan wanted to be sarcastic. Hearing her say that, she didn't say anything but she snorted coldly in her heart. Then, Qin Wanwan asked Lin Che curiously, "Oh yeah, I heard that you're going to donate something today. Have you prepared anything?" "Yeah, some accessories at home." "Accessories? Then they must be very valuable, right?" Qin Wanwan asked. Lin Che said, "Not really. Didn't they say that they want us to donate things we don't need so that our fans can buy them?" Qin Wanwan was speechless when she heard this and said, "You don't really believe this kind of nonsense, do you? We don't have any particularly powerful nouveau riche fans who are willing to buy our things. Other things can only sell for a few 100,000 at most, unless you've already found someone to act as your fan in advance and buy it yourself." She looked up at Lin Che, as if confirming that Lin Che had already done it. Lin Che said, "Is that even possible? I didn't think too much about it. Anyway, it's charity. As long as I do what I can, it's fine. If I have so much money and buy my own things, then the money would be donated to charity, wouldn't it?" Qin Wanwan could only cover her mouth and laugh. She thought to herself, Lin Che can't really be that simple, right? What you donated, who photographed it, and how much you spent would all be broadcasted by the media. If you donated less, you would definitely be ridiculed by the reporters. However, when she looked at Lin Che, she felt that Lin Che wasn't that smart. She didn't say anything. She heard the cameraman say, "Everyone, look in front. Okay, stand properly." Just like that, everyone took a group photo together. However, when the media reported it, they found that the four most popular actresses were all there. However, each of the four of them developed differently. Among them, Lin Che and Qin Wanwan developed the best, so Lin Che and Qin Wanwan were the only ones talking and ignoring the other two. Lin Che also felt depressed after reading the report. She wasn't familiar with the other two people either. They weren't even close to each other, so why did she have to awkwardly greet and chat with them? The media really knew how to write. After the photo was taken, everyone returned to their seats. Next to Lin Che were some people he wasn't familiar with, and a few people away was Qin Wanwan. Gu Jingyu was filming overseas and didn't come back. Mu Firen also didn't come back because of personal matters. This was probably the reason why Lin Che and Qin Wanwan were used by the organizers to create hype. The auction soon began. Seeing that the items being auctioned were all very expensive, Lin Che was also looking at the starting bid for the item he was going to bring. She was just worried that no one would bid for her item. That would be embarrassing. She thought that if no one bid for it, she would stand up and take it herself. Then, she could say that she donated it to charity. That way, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Lin Che looked back. This side was filled with celebrities, while the other side was filled with fans who participated in the charity auction. These fans looked like they were all rich people, and they sat in a very dignified manner. Lin Che watched as the host auctioned off Wang Qing Chu's item. It was an expensive bag, and it was said to be a limited edition bag. It wasn't sold on the market, and it was auctioned off. The starting price was $400,000, and very quickly, the price of the bag shot up to a few million. Eventually, it was won by a perverted 40-year-old man. Lin Che thought to herself, "Oh my God, a bag can be sold for a few million yuan." She really felt that she should have gone to Gu Jing's place to see if there were any expensive items. She shouldn't have come with a simple accessory. But since she had no other choice, she could only bite the bullet and come. Below the stage, the host said excitedly, "Next, our generous Miss Qin Wanwan has brought her luxury car to the auction. This is her private car that she used for a year. I believe there's still the smell of Wanwan's perfume in it. Qin Wanwan claims that this car is her favorite car, but she is duty-bound to do charity, so she's willing to donate her beloved car. This luxury car is worth 4 million yuan, and it's even used by Qin Wanwan. Wow, Qin Wanwan is so rich." The small-time artists couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. "That's enough. She has someone supporting her. How could she be so rich just from acting? Moreover, she has only debuted for a few years. Her management company has always taken the majority of the profits, and the artists themselves don't get much. It's great to have someone supporting her. Sigh, people like us can't find anyone to support us." Those people looked at Lin Che, who was at the side, and tactfully shut their mouths. Lin Che was the same as Qin Wanwan. In their eyes, they both became more and more popular because they hooked up with powerful people. As for them, they also hooked up with powerful people, but they weren't powerful enough, so they couldn't catch up with them. The good resources were in their hands, and they could only get things that they looked down on and couldn't keep up with the schedule. So, seeing Lin Che here, they didn't say anything. Anyway, they weren't in the same world. Qin Wanwan was a famous star, and they were only half famous. The appearance fees were all there. Lin Che looked in front and saw that Qin Wanwan indeed had someone helping her. In the end, the car was sold for a high price of 8 million yuan. It was won by a young rich second-generation heir. Qin Wanwan even stood up to thank him. Then, the host took out the auction items that Lin Che had donated. Chapter 554. This piece of jewelry is a diamond accessory. The donor is Lin Che. I can see that the diamond is quite big. The starting price is $400,000. The host looked over. Because the price of the jewelry was quite complicated, this piece of jewelry didn't look new. It should be an old item, and Lin Che didn't give any introduction, so the host was quite depressed. Everyone looked at Lin Che. They thought to themselves, compared to him, Qin Wanwan is much more generous. Look at how stingy Lin Che is. He donated something for only $400,000. He must think that she wore it before, so he raised the starting price quite a bit. Since the starting price is so low, it shouldn't be anything good. A diamond for $400,000, so it shouldn't be a good piece of jewelry. Bringing this kind of jewelry to be auctioned here was too degrading. Lin Che sat there and watched. The people next to him all looked over. Seeing that no one had any reaction, Lin Che thought to himself hesitantly. Oh no, it looks like no one will bid for it now. Is she going to stand up and say that she did it herself? She sat there and was about to get up on her own when, suddenly, someone stood up and said, "The starting price is $1 million. Don't fight with me." Everyone turned to look. It was the son of a rich family. He looked like a domineering young man in his 20s. Looks like he's Lin Che's fan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous. Everyone was a little envious. No matter what, Lin Che was blessed to have such a generous fan and such a young rich kid at that. If Lin Che fell in love with someone, he would marry into a rich family and become a young mistress. However, just as this fan finished speaking, another person stood up. "Why don't I fight with you? Why do you have to set the starting price? I'll bid $2 million. Everyone looked over. Another rich kid stood up. I know him. Is he the son of Wanching Technology?" Everyone took a look and found that the previously lively auction had suddenly become incomparably lively. Since someone was fighting for it, of course it would be a hot topic. The previous fan stood up and said, "Hey, why are you fighting for it? Are you Lin Che's fan? I've watched all of Lin Che's dramas and movies. I even booked a few of Lin Che's movies." Only then did Lin Che remember. Wasn't this the passionate fan he had met in France during the concert? He was really persistent everywhere. At this time, the other man also shouted, without waiting for the two people to finish. Another man inside said slowly, "I'll pay $5 million. Everyone was in an uproar again. Looking at those people, they were speechless. These people were really crazy. Receiving these surprised gazes, the man sat there and even snorted. These people didn't know anything about the market. They all knew Lin Che's identity. After the WW party, everyone who attended the party knew about Lin Che's relationship with Gu Jingze. Although they usually didn't care much about the entertainment industry, Lin Che was different. She was allowed to attend WW events. No matter how much they spent, it wouldn't be too much to fawn over Lin Che. So, he wasn't Lin Che's fan, but this jewelry represented Gu Jingze. If anyone knew it was Gu Jingze's, they would rush to buy it. What's more, a few million wasn't something that they couldn't afford. Seeing that the price had suddenly soared to $5 million, that person didn't give in. "Fuck, $6 million. You have $6 million. I have $7 million. Okay, I'll pay $10 million straight away. Fuck, are you really going to compete with me? I'll pay $15 million. Fuck, I don't believe it. I'll pay $20 million. Everyone in the room went completely crazy. Could these people really fork out so much money? Why did it sound like money was just a few numbers when they talked about it? Lin Che held her forehead. She was starting to get a headache. These people were really crazy. She knew that these people must have something to do with WW's party, otherwise they wouldn't be so generous. She didn't have such generous fans. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. Seeing the motherboard below, she hurriedly asked someone to mediate the situation, in case something happened. "Miss Lin has also donated a gown. Please don't compete with her." The man who had met Lin Che in France heard this and said immediately, "Gown? I'll pay $5 million. If anyone wants to compete with me, I'll fight you to the end." They looked at him. After being mediated, their anger subsided a little. This matter finally came to an end. In the end, the jewelry was won for $20 million and the gown was won by that crazy fan for $5 million. This time, Wei really felt that they underestimated Lin Che's influence. Sure enough, asking Lin Che to come was the right choice. Now, the charity fund increased by so much. Although the things she donated weren't as good as Qin Wanwan's, she didn't expect her fans to be so supportive. Someone in the back said in private, "No wonder Lin Che brought such a simple thing. He's confident." So many rich people are so infatuated with Lin Che. I wonder where he gets his charisma. We should learn more from Lin Che in the future. It looks like it's useless to only dress like Qin Wanwan and dress like a fairy. These rich people like Lin Che's style now. They hurriedly went to see what Lin Che looked like and decided to dress the way Lin Che dressed next time. In the end, the charity auction came to a successful conclusion. However, no one had expected that the biggest winner this time would actually be Lin Che. Even though Qin Wanwan donated a few million worth of her belongings, Lin Che still beat her to it in the end. When she left, she was holding back her anger. She ignored everyone and got into her car. Sister Zhang heard about what happened inside and quickly said to Qin Wanwan, "All right, don't be angry. Didn't we all know that Lin Che likes to play dirty? He didn't reveal anything at first because he's too scheming. We're indeed not his match in this aspect, but the fact that he treats you as an opponent shows that you're indeed capable. That's why he keeps targeting you. We can't beat him this time, but there's always a next time, right?" When Qin Wanwan heard that, she nodded. "That's right. He's targeting me on purpose because he wants me dead. I won't die in front of him. Go and check again to see if there's a traitor here. Why does he always seem to know about my situation and counterattack like this every time?" All right. Lin Che was innocent. There was no traitor at all in the world. However, Qin Wanwan really treated her as an enemy, so she started to fake other plots. Chapter 555. When Lin Che returned home and saw Gu Jingze, she ran over to him. Gu Jingze was still working. Before the helper could tell him that Master Gu was busy, Lin Che had already pounced on him. She hugged Gu Jingze's neck and straddled his thighs. "Gu Jingze, something happened today." Gu Jingze was stunned. He stared at Lin Che with a strange expression. Lin Che was stunned. She seemed to have realized that something was wrong. When she turned around, she took a look. Gu Jingze was video chatting with someone. Ah! Lin Che wanted to run away immediately, but Gu Jingze pulled her back. Gu Jingze unhurriedly locked the laptop. He then turned around and looked at Lin Che. "It's nothing. It's just some company business. It's not very important." If Lin Che was not mistaken, the people on the laptop were the company's employees. They were gathered in the conference room and watching the scene in a daze. Ah! It was so embarrassing. Gosh, your employees. Don't tell me that you have such an unreserved woman sitting on you the moment she came in. Gu Jingze said, "But you're not reserved. What are you worried about?" All right, being reserved had nothing to do with her. But it was still embarrassing to be seen by so many people. Gu Jingze said, "All right, don't worry about them. You haven't told me what happened." The people outside were worried that Lin Che would disturb Gu Jingze, so they looked on anxiously. However, Gu Jingze didn't seem to feel that he was being delayed at all. Instead, he asked Lin Che to stay. They said that Mr. and Mrs. were different, and that they had been worried too much. So, the servant looked at the sweet couple who were still hugging each other and closed the door quietly. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and told him about the charity event. She mentioned that someone was willing to spend a lot of money to buy her things. Of course, Gu Jingze had already thought about it. Because of Gu Jingze's name, whatever she donated wouldn't be cheap. He smiled and said, "What does it matter?" Lin Che felt uncomfortable. She felt that they were using money to buy their relationship with Gu Jingze. "I just don't feel happy." Gu Jingze said, "Think about it this way. Anyway, this is for charity, right? Where will the donations go today?" "Oh, it will be used in some schools and children with leukemia, mainly to help those poor children," Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi said, "It's not a big deal to sell my name to raise money for so many children." Thinking about it, it did seem to be the case. Lin Che said, "All right, I feel much better thinking about it this way." "Yes, but I'm not feeling well." "What?" Gu Jingzi squinted at her. "Why? Can't you feel it?" This feeling, yes, she felt it. There was something down there, poking at her thigh. "Seriously, hey, Gu Jingzi, you just ran over and sat on me. What do you think?" Lin Che blushed. She just needed someone to talk to, so she came to Gu Jingzi. She felt uncomfortable, so she didn't think of anything else. Who knew? Gu Jingzi picked Lin Che up in one go. "Hey, you forgot you're still in a meeting. They should have guessed that I can't have a meeting with you sitting on my thigh." Lin Che felt too ashamed to face anyone. The next day, the news about Lin Che at the Whaley Charity Gala was shocking. Because her things were snatched by her fans, outsiders suddenly felt that she was really famous and had a lot of fans. But the people in the industry only felt that Lin Che was really fooling these rich second generations. The next day, some people went to the studio to bribe Lin Che's stylist, wanting to poach her. They felt that Lin Che's style should be unique, so those rich second generations liked her so much. But in fact, Lin Che herself didn't know what style she had. But there were still some discordant things in the report. Some netizens questioned whether these people were real, or whether Lin Che had purposely hired people to pretend to be her fans to snatch her things, so that she could raise herself. It was just like in some auctions, there would always be a few people who would buy things, in fact, to raise the price of the auction item, so that they could sell it to people who didn't know how to do it. The report also reported the netizens' guesses. Luckily, very soon, someone dug out that those few rich people were not ordinary people. Every one of them could smash the faces of those so-called 4 young masters of the capital. But because these rich people usually kept a low profile, they didn't need to show their faces to promote their businesses, so not many people knew about it. This time, the netizens who made wild guesses were slapped in the face, and very soon, they fell silent. On the other hand, Lin Che's fans immediately rushed out when they saw this, saying that Lin Che really did so many innocent things for no reason. These people loved to guess Lin Che this and that, but Lin Che was too lazy to refute them, and only knew how to speak with facts. Lin Che didn't care about that. She was busy packing her things. She was going to the countryside to shoot the outdoor scenes in a mountainous area. Because this television series had many outdoor scenes, and the director wanted to be more refined, he preferred to use real scenes, so the entire crew had to go to the ravine first. Gu Jingzi asked someone to help her pack her things. He watched as she packed the mosquito repellent products, a small fan, sunscreen, and a large parasol. He said, "It's very tiring out there. Otherwise, I would have brought someone to take care of you." Lin Che said quickly, "Forget it. This is nothing. I used to have to lie in the water for a whole day when I played a dead person." Gu Jingzi naturally felt sorry for her. He looked at her and said, "Okay, take good care of yourself. I'll visit you when I have time." "Yeah, it's okay. You're so busy. I have to visit you from time to time." "Okay." The servants had actually helped Lin Che pack a lot of things. They felt sorry for Madame when they saw her working so hard, carrying so many instant noodles, pickled vegetables, and ham sausages. They felt that it wasn't good for the Gu family's young mistress to go out and suffer like this. But she had no choice but to go to film. The servants also felt that only a wife like Lin Che, who was already a young mistress, still liked to work so much. Other young mistresses just went shopping and traveled every day, and they didn't know how comfortable they were. But this also showed that their young mistress was a good person and independent. The nanny van was ready, and Lin Che would be sent directly to the set. In the end, she kissed Gu Jingze before leaving. The production crew of The Witchcraft Notes had already gone to prepare. Lin Che joined the production crew just in time. A few male actors had already started filming. When she arrived, everything that the production crew needed was already prepared. The production crew was indeed in a ravine. The place where they stayed was estimated to be a 2-hour drive from the filming location. So if there was enough time, they would go back. If not, they would just make do in the wilderness. Chapter 556. Fortunately, there were facilities outside and they had rented some houses from the same hometown. After tidying up, they could sleep in a simple room. When Lin Che first arrived, the director personally received him. After that, he looked at this spotless girl a little uneasily. She looked clean and very rich, like a flower in a greenhouse. He said to her, "The conditions here are very difficult. If you don't want to, we can extend the time every day. You can film earlier and go back to town earlier. There are hotels there, and the conditions will definitely be better than here." Lin Che looked at them and said, it's okay. I can persevere as long as you don't let me sleep on the floor." The director quickly said, "Don't think that we're complimenting you. It's just because you're a girl." Lin Che immediately said, "Don't look down on girls. Men can take hardships, and so can I. Don't worry, I won't be a burden to the production team. Just do what needs to be done. I just want a place to sleep." The director was very surprised to see this. These celebrities were different from the past. He was an old director and had experienced the actors of the past. They were really hardworking. They didn't want a lot of pay, but they still did the hardest work. They endured hardships with the rest of the staff, and they would even help to move things when they were free. It was just that this generation was no longer an actor. Now that she had become a celebrity, she was no longer a celebrity. She had become precious, so he had to serve her well. Thus, there weren't many people like Lin Che who directly said that they didn't care about anything. The director thought that choosing her was the right choice. He said, "An actor who is willing to endure hardships is a good actor. Your achievements in the future will definitely be very high." "Director, you're too good at praising people." "I'm serious. Only actors who study acting hard and don't just think about their own enjoyment can perform good works." Lin Che said, "I know, director. I'll definitely act well." Mo Huiling was at home. Every day, she received calls from the Gu family asking her why she hadn't aborted the child. At the side, Li Mingyu was a little annoyed. He looked at Mo Huiling and said, "Forget it. Just abort the child. I thought that their family would be able to accept the child, but now it seems that you've been completely ignored." How could Mo Huiling be satisfied? No. Thinking about how heartless the Gu family was to her, especially Mu Wanqing, this was her grandson, yet she didn't care at all. These people were too heartless. What was a human life to them? Mo Huiling said, "Not everyone in the Gu family isn't interested in children." Li Mingyu looked at her and said, "What are you trying to do? You're still pregnant. Don't make fun of yourself." Mo Huiling said directly, "Help me contact Gu Jingze's aunt." Although that woman's status in the Gu family was definitely inferior to Mu Wanqing's, because Mu Wanqing was the mistress of the family after all, she was still a member of the Gu family. No matter what, she could help her. Sure enough, after contacting Gu Lanshan, she immediately agreed to meet up. Gu Lanshan didn't have much of a relationship with Mo Huiling to begin with. She had treated Mo Huiling the same way in the past, neither liking nor disliking her. Gu Lanshan just hated the feeling of Mu Wanqing suddenly being in charge of the family. Even her father, Gu Xianda, liked Mu Wanqing a lot. Gu Lanshan said, "Huiling, it's useless for you to look for me. I know that you and Jingze used to have a deep relationship in the past, but now that Jingze is married, you, Mo Huiling had been deliberately touching her stomach with a sad look on her face. Yes, Jingze is married, but I'm still pregnant with his child. He can't be so heartless to me, can he? He has to give me an explanation. Sigh, you know about Jingze's illness. I suspect that there's something going on between him and Lin Che, so I haven't gotten pregnant yet. Since you're pregnant now, I want to keep this child. Unfortunately, I'm not as clever as Mu Wanqing. After so many years, she has won over everyone in the family, and now she's deeply rooted. And, only you can help me this once. Only you can save the child in my stomach. Gu Lanshan looked at Mo Huiling and said, I only know. I'm afraid you won't be able to do it from Jingze. He's very stubborn. He's been like this since he was young, and he can't change his temper. No one can do anything to him. He's very stubborn. Mo Huiling's eyes kept darting around. Gu Lanshan said, then you still have to do it from Lin Che. After all, she's only been with Jingze for a short time, and her identity and status are not as good as yours. Mo Huiling immediately understood. She smiled and quickly said to Gu Lanshan, thank you, Aunt. She touched her stomach and said, Aunt, I'll definitely protect your grandnephew well. In the future, he'll be filial to you. Gu Lanshan thought to herself, forget about filial piety. I just hope that this child can really be born. When the time comes, it'll be a slap in Mu Wanqing's old face. After Mo Huiling left, she immediately asked where Lin Che had gone. Only then did she realize that Lin Che had left the Gu family and gone to a ravine to film. Mo Huiling's heart was filled with joy. This was really a favor from the heavens. Mo Huiling immediately went back to make preparations. She took advantage of Lin Che's absence to tell everyone that she was pregnant with Gu Jingze's child for 2 months, and that he would be the successor of the Gu family in the future. Those who didn't know about it were also very shocked. However, if it was someone else who said it, they wouldn't dare to believe it. But since it was Mo Huiling, in the past, she had been with Gu Jingze for many years. No matter what, Gu Jingze must have had some feelings for her. After marrying Lin Che, he also cheated on his ex-girlfriend and got pregnant with a child. This kind of thing happened in ordinary families, not to mention among these hedonistic sons of rich families. In an instant, many people went to visit Mo Huiling. When Mo Huiling heard that someone had come to visit her, she threw the card aside and said to Li Mingyu, these people are so snobbish. When I was dumped by Gu Jingze, they avoided me one by one. Now that they know I'm pregnant with Gu Jingze's child, they immediately come to see me. Bah, I finally understand. Li Mingyu didn't say anything and let her do whatever she wanted. Mo Huiling sneered and said, I heard that Lin Che went by himself. It seems that I'll have a chance to meet Lin Che again. Li Mingyu said in surprise, don't tell me you're going to see Lin Che. You're crazy. You're going so far away. Mo Huiling said, Gu Lanshan said that I still have to start with Lin Che. I'm going to tell Lin Che to give up first. I'm pregnant with the successor of the Gu family. Once the child is born, her position will be in danger. With that, Mo Huiling didn't want to listen to Li Mingyu's advice, so she stood up and left. Chapter 557. Mornings in the mountains always seem to arrive very early. Lin Che had quite a lot of scenes that day. By the time she was almost done, she was already exhausted. A few assistants were busy with work, so she didn't care. She leaned against the wall and rested. She woke up at 3 in the morning to put on her makeup so that she could shoot the morning sun. It was already 4 in the afternoon. After a whole day of filming, she was really exhausted. These few days, Lin Che had been with the production team, eating and sleeping together. Everyone felt that she was really working hard. She didn't look like those delicate celebrities and was actually so dedicated. These few days, Lin Che had a good relationship with the author. Because he was working here as an editor, he had been following the production team around, changing some details at any time and guiding the filming, so he was always here. The two of them chatted a little more. Knowing that Lin Che had really read the original work, the author was also very happy. Moreover, the author had always been someone who stayed at home writing. Although he was very famous and had a lot of fans, he was very shy. He wasn't like these celebrities who had seen many people and lost their curiosity. The author was still very happy to chat with Lin Che. He even took a lot of selfies with Lin Che. After he posted them on the internet, many people felt that they were very loving. Lin Che made a funny face in the photo, saying that he was comparing who was uglier with the author. Many fans said below, "The more I look at Lin Che, the more I feel that he matches the original work." Lin Che is very down to earth. Lin Che looks better when he makes a funny face than the author. Author, you can give up too, the two of them have such a good relationship. It makes me look forward to the TV series even more. I hope that they can work together to film a TV series that matches the original work. Of course, there were also people who felt that Lin Che really knew how to behave. Knowing that the author had a lot of fans, she immediately tried to build a good relationship with him. She even said that all the people who were close to Lin Che were all powerful people. She was really addicted to hugging his thighs. Lin Che didn't care about these sour words. She leaned against the wall and rested for a while. Seeing that she was too tired, the director got someone to send her back to the hotel in town. Many fans were stationed outside the hotel, and there were also some onlookers who knew that a TV series crew had arrived, so they surrounded the place and watched. This hotel was said to be the best hotel in town, and it seemed to be a 3-star hotel. There weren't enough security guards outside, so they could only watch as a dense mass of people walked through this place every day. Lin Che had no choice but to leave an assistant here to look after things, in case someone went in and took pictures of her belongings and her privacy was violated. In the past, Lin Che had been to such a small town for filming. However, at that time, she was just an extra and did not need to care about such things. Now that she was a star, many people were watching her, so she had to be more careful. As soon as Lin Che arrived at the hotel, he avoided the onlookers outside and entered. The security guard also made an exception for a few people he knew. They came in and asked Lin Che if they could take pictures. Lin Che smiled and agreed. After the photo was taken, the assistant said, "These security guards are too unruly." Lin Che said, "Fortunately, there aren't many people. Forget it." As the two of them spoke, they raised their heads and saw that there was a person standing inside. Mo Huiling, Lin Che thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Why would she come all the way here? Mo Huiling looked at Lin Che. "You're really busy now." She walked over gracefully, looking very arrogant. Originally, because the film crew were staying in the hotel, all the rooms had been booked. Apart from the rooms booked by the film crew, the other rooms had been booked by some meddlesome fans. However, Mo Huiling was rich. She paid a lot of money to a person, and that person finally agreed to return the room to her. That was why she came here. Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling. "Sorry, I'm very tired. I don't have time to deal with you. No matter what it is, you can ask Gu Jingzi yourself. I don't care." "You." "Lin Che, what kind of attitude is this? How dare you treat me like this? Do you think that you can ignore me now that you've become a big star because of Gu Jingzi?" Lin Che, "Hey, come back here." Lin Che was indeed too tired. He didn't want to talk to Imo Wheeling. He went straight into the room and locked Imo Wheeling outside. Then, he took a shower and seized the time to sleep. Imo Wheeling didn't expect to be slammed at the door before she could even say a word. She was so angry in the room that she couldn't sleep well the whole night. Especially in this shabby hotel. There was nothing. It was so run down and dirty. She was the daughter of a rich family. When had she ever suffered like this? She usually stayed in high-class hotels. When had she ever stayed in such a shabby place? The food she ate was exquisite, and she had never eaten such shabby food. She was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. The next day, Lin Che went out early in the morning. Imo Wheeling also followed Lin Che. Lin Che, I need to have a good talk with you. Imo Wheeling said to him. Lin Che said, I've said that I don't want to talk about anything. If you have any problems, you can talk to Gu Jingze. Why? Are you afraid that you'll lose confidence after I talk to you? You can't deny that I'm already pregnant with Jingze's child. Right now, I do have an advantage over you. Lin Che said speechlessly, all right, yes, you have an advantage. Then go and give birth to your child. What are you doing here? You. Stop and let me talk. However, just as the two of them reached the door, before the assistant could say anything, they felt a van stop in front of them. The person who got out of the van looked at them and frowned in surprise. Boss, there are two women here. One is Gu Jingze's wife, and the other is the woman who's pregnant with Gu Jingze's child. Lin Che suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned around and was about to run, but unexpectedly, the man strangled her. The person inside gave an order. Bring both of them in. The assistant was kicked aside, and the two of them were brought into the van. Who are you? Imo Wheeling was pushed inside. She couldn't care less about the shabby van. She leaned against the wall and asked in fear. The person said, Are you pregnant with Gu Jingze's child? Lin Che made up her mind and quickly gave Imo Wheeling a look, telling her not to say that she was pregnant. She instinctively felt that it wasn't good to say it. However, Imo Wheeling only glared at her and said proudly to the person, That's right. I'm pregnant with Gu Jingze's child. You'd better let me go. Otherwise, if Jingze finds out that you've treated me and the future eldest grandson of the Gu family like this, he definitely won't forgive you. Chapter 558. Lin Che was speechless. What on earth was Imo Wheeling up to? Hey, that's good. I was afraid that I might have caught the wrong person. Come on, lock her up in the cellar and get someone to call Gu Jingze. Tell him that his wife and son are in my hands. If he doesn't give me $1 million, I won't let them go. Hey, is $1 million too little? How about a little more? $1.5 million. What if he tries to bargain? Let's talk about another $1 million. That works too. Lin Che had never thought that he would meet a real kidnapper. The two of them were locked up in the cellar. The kidnapper looked at Lin Che and Imo Wheeling and said with a smile, Rich people really know how to play. He has such a beautiful wife and a beautiful lover, and he even impregnated his child. Sigh, why aren't we so lucky? Lin Che looked up at them and said, How did you find out about my relationship with Gu Jingze? How did you know about my relationship with Gu Jingze? They looked like ordinary people and didn't seem like they would know about such a private matter. One of them said, Did she say that she's pregnant with Gu Jingze's child? He pointed at Imo Wheeling and said, She's been talking about it everywhere. Who doesn't know about it? We all know about it. Gu Jingze and the Gu family. We can't get our hands on them. I don't know what Gu Jingze is doing, but he has so many bodyguards. We can't find a chance at all. Otherwise, we would have kidnapped him already. But this little lover doesn't seem to be favored. He doesn't have so many bodyguards and no one around him. She said that she's pregnant with Gu Jing's child, so we quickly followed her. It was a good opportunity. She actually came here alone. We heard you two talking in the hotel yesterday, so we guessed that you were Gu Jing's wife. This time we got two of them. I don't believe that Gu Jingze doesn't care about one of them. So it was because of Mo Huiling. Lin Che glared at Mo Huiling next to him. He didn't expect that Mo Huiling had spread the news of her pregnancy around these few days. Then she deserved to be targeted. But she felt that she was really innocent. Lin Che thought to himself speechlessly. What did she do to get implicated by Mo Huiling? When Mo Huiling heard that it was because of her, she felt a little regretful. If he hadn't publicized it so much, he wouldn't have had to suffer today. However, she just wanted more people to know about this. She wanted everyone to know that she had not been abandoned by Gu Jingze. It was still possible for her and Gu Jingze to be together. Otherwise, everyone would think that she was really an abandoned wife. They left the two of them there and said with a smile that they were going to call Gu Jingze to ask for money. Mo Huiling didn't dare to say a word from the beginning. Seeing that he closed the door and went out, she cursed angrily at the back. You dare to capture me? Are you tired of living? A bunch of country bumpkins who don't know anything. You want $1 million, and you even want a bargain. What's $1 million to Jingze? It's like playing around with $1 in his hand. Do you think that the heir of the Gu family is only worth $1 million? Lin Che couldn't be bothered with her. He looked around and thought about how he could get out of here. Mo Huiling was still saying, one look and I can tell that they are a bunch of gangsters. They want to kidnap me and ask for some money. Gu Jingze doesn't care about people like them. He will get me out of here as soon as he finds me. Lin Che realized that there was a vent above the cellar. Actually, she was so skinny that she could easily climb out if the vent was opened. It was impossible to get out even if she was fat, but she was confident that she could climb out. Lin Che said, Hey, Mo Huiling, help me move something over. Mo Huiling snorted and said, Who are you calling? You want me to help you move something? I'm the eldest daughter of the Mo family. You want me to help you move something? Lin Che looked at her. Hey, I'm locked up here because of you. Do you want us to escape now, or do you want to stay here as a hostage? Mo Huiling's eyes moved. You. I don't want to. I want to wait for Jingze to come and save me. Lin Che glared at her. Take your time then. Lin Che moved a large box to the side by himself. The box was very heavy. He didn't know what was inside. He moved it a little with great difficulty. However, before he could move it again, he heard movement outside. Lin Che quickly sat down dejectedly, pretending that nothing had happened. Seeing the door open and someone come in, she smiled at him. Is there anything to eat? Brother, I'm so hungry. The brother was eating noodles. He glared at Lin Che and said, You're still eating? Didn't you say that stars don't eat? Won't I starve to death if I don't eat? How can I not eat? I'll eat. You're usually so rich. What can't you eat? Can you even eat these simple meals? Lin Che said, I've only been living a good life for a few days. How do you know that I've always been so rich? I was much poorer than you when I was young. How is that possible? My dad was a farmer. He went out to work and never came back. I lost my mom when I was 10 and lived alone. Are you poorer than me? Lin Che said, That's nothing. I'm an illegitimate child. My mom also died when I was 10. Sometimes, I lived in my dad's basement and was bullied by my auntie every day. I ate badly and wore badly. After that, I lived with the nanny at home and helped the nanny work every day. Ah, it's true. I thought that celebrities' families were all very rich. The brother sat down with Lin Che and listened to her. Lin Che began to tell the story of his growth in a half-true, half-fabricated way. You haven't seen it. When I first entered the entertainment industry, I was just a minor character. I had to queue for 18 hours a day before I could see the director. I was so tan that my face was dark. When the director saw me, he said that I was not bad and that I could play a role with such a tan face. And then you started acting. No, I played a dead person. I was soaked in the water for 2 days. My feet were rotten and there was not a single part of my body that was unharmed. In the end, I didn't even get to see my face. I only saw a shadow from afar. That's too tragic. For the second role, I finally got to see her face. Behind the extras, I played a woman who was stabbed to death by a Japanese soldier. That wasn't really acting. I only got 20 yuan a day and a boxed lunch at noon. Why do you think I'm so skinny? It must have been hard at that time. The more they talked about the same thing. Behind them, Mo Huiling looked at them with a look of disdain. She rolled her eyes. This Lin Che was too good at seducing people. The brother really thought that Lin Che was a good person. As for Mo Huiling, after he got up, he said to Lin Che, "Sit down. I'll get someone to get you something to eat." Mo Huiling was also starving. Especially since she was pregnant, her appetite was increasing. However, the food that the man brought over clearly did not have a share of Mo Huiling. Lin Che quickly thanked the brother. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. He would only have a chance to run away when he was full. Chapter 559. Seeing that Lin Che was eating happily, the young man said, "Sis, I thought celebrities were very pampered. You can see them in their photos. They wear branded clothes and have a bunch of assistants following them everywhere they go. They even go out in nanny vans." Of course not. They eat, drink, and poop all the same in private, Lin Che said. The young man said, "To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a celebrity. It's a pity that I can't take a photo. But sis, I've seen your news reports. They all say that you're a good person, but I didn't believe them. Now that I've seen you for real, I believe that you're a good person. You're very down to earth." Lin Che swallowed and laughed dryly. Those were all bullshit. He quickly said his goodbyes and left. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he could continue moving the things. Mo Huiling shrank there, still not ready to help. Watching Lin Che move the things, she said, "What's there to leave? Jingza will come to save us soon anyway. Let's wait for him." Lin Che said, "I've experienced this once. What if those perverts suddenly get drunk and come to harass us? What are you going to do? Anyway, these people are fickle. If they want to harm us, we can't fight back. Also, if they take the money and kill us, I don't want to die yet." Mo Huiling stood up when she heard that. By then, Lin Che had already moved the things over. It was just right for her to step on. She listened to the sounds outside and finally climbed up. Just as she thought, she could go out through the air vent. It was the back of the house. Lin Che was just about to leave when Mo Huiling shouted from behind, "Hey, take me with you. You can't be so heartless. I'm pregnant." Seriously, Lin Che glared at her. Didn't she just say that she didn't want to leave? She turned around and asked Mo Huiling to come up. She pulled Mo Huiling and finally managed to pull her out. If not for the fact that she would feel guilty if something happened to her, she wouldn't have bothered to bring Wheeling along. Gu Jingze soon realized that Lin Che was missing. His assistant had called him a long time ago and told him that Lin Che and Wheeling had been taken away in a van. Gu Jingze immediately flew to the filming location and drove to the scene of the accident. When he got off the plane, he received a call from the kidnapper, asking him to give him 1.5 million. In case something happened to Lin Che on the other side, he was very careful. He didn't want to know how the other party was doing. Human nature was complicated. If they were forced into a corner and found out that the Gu clan was so powerful, they might want to kill him. Money wasn't important. Nothing else was important. What was important was that Lin Che was unharmed. Gu Jingming also learned about it later. He called the police station in person and asked them to cooperate with him at any time. However, they didn't want to expose themselves too much in case they angered the kidnappers. The police didn't dare to act rashly, because they knew that it was the young mistress of the Gu family who was kidnapped. The way they handled it was different from the usual kidnapping cases. To ensure that nothing went wrong, they cooperated with Gu Jingze completely. The town suddenly became lively again because the crew had gone missing. Everyone was anxious to find them. It was said that they had been kidnapped. This was probably the only major event that had happened in this town in recent years, so there were many people watching the show. During their leisure time, people were talking about how the celebrity who came to film had been kidnapped. In the hotel room, the police chief looked at Gu Jingze nervously. "Mr. Gu, we found out about the kidnappers. They were workers of the Gu Corporation in the past, but they weren't officially hired. They were some construction workers who heard some rumors about the Gu Corporation. Later on, they were fired by the Gu Corporation because they didn't have all the necessary documents. After that, they didn't do anything serious. They started to cheat and kidnap people. I think they want to make some money this time, so they kidnapped your wife." The police chief wanted to say that they had also kidnapped a woman who was said to be pregnant with Gu Jingze's child. But seeing that Gu Jingze didn't say anything, he didn't mention it. Gu Jingze nodded. "I understand. I'll try my best to protect my wife's safety. I'll agree to anything else. Even if they want to run away, I'll agree. I don't care about anything else. I just want my wife to be safe." "Yes. Yes, your safety is the most important. We know. We won't do anything rash." "We definitely won't," the police chief said hurriedly. Gu Jingze understood what kind of people they were. He tapped his chin with one hand and thought carefully about what to do. This kind of people had simple demands. They wanted money but were afraid that they wouldn't have the life to spend it. Hence, they cherished their lives. They were timid and a little ignorant. But ignorance was the scariest thing. Get them to cooperate first. Say that we're raising money and delay the payment, in case they kill the hostages after they get the money. He wasn't such a careful person. But facing Lin Che, he had to be careful. Lin Che really regretted bringing Wheeling along with him. If it was her, she would have walked to the end of the road and left the forest. She had been here for a few days. Although she wasn't very familiar with the area, she understood a little. The forest wasn't big. She would definitely be able to get out after walking for a day. She had been walking towards the south, so there was no mistake. But now, she had a young mistress as a burden. Suddenly, she felt that it was hard to move forward. "Lin Che, you're trying to get rid of me, aren't you? That's why you're walking so fast. Lin Che, do you think that if I die here, this child will be gone and you and Gu Jingze will be together forever? Think about it. This is an innocent child. Don't you feel bad? Think about it. You've caused my death. Don't you feel guilty? If I die here, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Lin Che was speechless. If she had the strength to curse, why couldn't she walk a few more steps? Mo Huiling, it's very dangerous here. It's so deep in the forest. Who knows what's inside? If you don't leave here quickly, don't blame me for not warning you if you encounter something. Lin Che also felt that he had jinxed it. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a sound behind the tree. She looked up, thinking that someone was there. But she saw a few men rushing out. Who are you? Mo Huiling screamed and fell to the ground. Because they were all holding shotguns in their hands. Lin Che was stunned. After a long while, he realized that they had encountered poachers. The first thing Lin Che did when he turned back was to quickly grab the dirt on the ground and make his face dirty. It was so dirty that he couldn't see his face anymore. Lin Che thought gloomily. It was all Mo Huiling's fault. If she had walked a little faster, she wouldn't have encountered them. If she had walked a little faster, she would have left long ago. Now, they had walked for half a day and they were right in the middle of the forest. Damn it. Chapter 560. A few of the poachers came over and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Mo Huiling was frightened by the gun. She sat on the ground and shouted, She, if you want to catch her, you can catch her. She's a celebrity." The man looked between the two of them and waved his hand, saying, "Bring them both back. Bring them back. Bring them where?" Lin Che was pushed forward, and Mo Huiling could no longer move. She was practically being dragged forward. She was weak and didn't dare to retort. Soon, the two of them realized that there was a small, run-down village next to the forest. The two of them were directly pushed into the village. The inside of the village was no different from the outside. It was cooking time and smoke was rising from the chimneys. The children were playing on the ground while the women sat together and chatted. However, the place was too run down. The houses were made of mud and the children were barefooted. They ran around on the ground as if they were made of mud. When the women saw that the men had come back with two women, they all looked over curiously. "Why didn't you catch anything when you went out? Why did you bring two people back?" "Yeah, who are they?" "Don't mention it." One thing was shot and it was scared away by these two women. It doesn't dare to come out. We won't be able to deliver the wild game to the boss today. Quick, get me some water. It turned out that this was a village that specialized in poaching. Lin Che had heard people say that they hunted and sold them to the bosses. When the bosses collected the game, they paid very little money. However, they didn't know that these game could be sold for thousands of yuan in the big restaurants outside. Therefore, they were still very poor. Because poaching was against the law, they had no way to make money. They could only live in the ravine for generations, living a poor life. Lin Che sat down. A woman squatted down and said, "Drink some water." "Aya, you're so fair." Lin Che was speechless. She had smeared her face with black mud, but she was still fair. However, their skin was too rough because of the weather and lack of water. The woman said, "I'm Xiao Fang. The one who brought you here is my dad, the village chief. Hee, your face is too tender and beautiful. What did you eat to grow up?" Lin Che said, I eat rice." Lin Che thought for a moment and said, "Oh, right. Eat more fruit and your face will become tender." Mo Huiling snorted and said, "Why do you want to eat fruit?" "Little girl, let me tell you, a good face is built with money. A facial mask costs a few hundred yuan. If you stick one every day and fumigate it every day, it will cost more than 1,000 yuan. I get my cosmetics from abroad. I go there once a month, and I spend hundreds of thousands every month. The little girl was dumbfounded. It was obvious that she didn't understand her words at all. Lin Che said, "Yes, yes. You're a rich missy." Mo Huiling replied, "You're right. I'm the daughter of a rich family. Who do you think you are? It's all your fault. You made me suffer like this. This broken place is dirty and broken. Do you know how much my pants cost? They're a limited edition in Paris. One pair costs a few $100,000 and they were auctioned off. Look at my skin. How much did it cost to maintain it? Seriously, this broken place is so dirty. It's not a place for a human to live in." Lin Che looked at her and said, "You're the one who insisted on coming here, but you're blaming me." The person next to her immediately said, "That's right. Why are your words so unpleasant? Little girl, I think you're good. Also, your clothes are nice and you're much prettier than her." Mo Huiling was furious. She snorted and glared at Lin Che, wishing she could tear her face off. This seductive face of hers didn't forget to seduce people no matter where she went. However, these people were really worldly. They were so easily fooled by her. All of them liked her and didn't like her. Even Gu Jingze. Mo Huiling said angrily, "I'm really curious. Where did you get your face from? It's so seductive. If it doesn't work next time, I'll try it too." Lin Che snorted and looked at her. "I'm not as rich as you. I don't have the spare money for plastic surgery and skincare." "Ha, who are you trying to fool?" Lin Che said, "You're already sure. Why are you asking me? I do use skincare products, but they're all very common ones. They cost a few $100 each and they're bought by the servants. I don't put on any facial masks or steam them every day. I think eating more fruits is really good for my skin." Mo Huiling continued to sneer. "You mean that you're a natural beauty? You're really good at bragging." Lin Che said, "I've already said that I'm natural. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me." Mo Huiling didn't believe him. How could she be so good and perfect? Her face couldn't be so smooth and tender even if she didn't do much grooming. After hearing the young girl say that her face was really smooth and tender, Mo Huiling really looked at it carefully. She really found that her face was really smooth and full of collagen. It was so pretty that it looked like jelly. She thought viciously that Gu Jingze liked her because she was young and beautiful. Wasn't her face good? Mo Huiling narrowed her eyes. Men were really superficial. However, Lin Che would grow old sooner or later. His face would also collapse one day. When that time came, Gu Jingze would definitely regret it. However, Mo Huiling still felt extremely jealous when she saw that Lin Che's face hadn't deteriorated at all in the past 2 years. Instead, it was getting better and better. Mo Huiling said, "When Jingze is done playing with you, you'll know that you're actually nothing." Lin Che said, "I really don't understand why your thoughts are always so strange." Mo Huiling looked at Lin Che and said, "Yeah, my thoughts are strange. I just don't understand why everyone likes a woman like you who doesn't know anything, and has no power or status. Why does everyone like you?" Lin Che said, "Maybe it's because I never ask such stupid questions, so everyone thinks that I'm not mentally retarded." "You." "Lin Che, I'm going to kill you." Mo Huiling was so angry that she wanted to strangle her neck when she heard Lin Che call her mentally retarded. Luckily, the young girl beside her quickly pushed Mo Huiling away. Mo Huiling looked at her angrily. "Lin Che, just you wait. I won't let you get away with this." Lin Che covered his neck. He felt that his words might have been a little too harsh. He didn't know if she was influenced by Gu Jingze, but her words could also be so infuriating. She thought of Gu Jingze, she looked ahead and missed him a little. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Did he know that she had disappeared? He knew that she had wandered to this village, but he still didn't know how they would be dealt with. As the two of them were thinking, the women came over. Although they disliked them for bringing these two women here, they still asked, "Do you want to eat? Can we? Thank you so much." The women seemed to have never seen such a passionate person who casually thanked them. They were a little embarrassed and said, "Come over and eat." Lin Che hurriedly got up. Chapter 561. Mo Huiling was naturally hungry as well. Lin Che had eaten a bowl of noodles in between, but Mo Huiling hadn't eaten anything. At this moment, she walked over and saw Lin Che picking up a bowl of cornbread and eating it. Even though he couldn't tell what the dish was, he was enjoying it very much. However, Mo Huiling couldn't bring herself to eat it. She looked at the food angrily. What kind of mess is this? It's so dirty and ugly. How can I eat it? Lin Che glanced at her and said, "It's fine if you don't want to eat it. No one is forcing you to eat it. If you don't want to eat it, you'll just be hungry." Mo Huiling harumphed. However, her stomach started to growl again. She had no choice but to pick up a black and swarthy cornbread and take a bite. It was really hard to swallow, and there was a strange taste. She didn't know how she swallowed it. The woman looked at the two of them and asked, "Are you from the big city?" Lin Che said, "We're from B City." B City. That place must be really big. No wonder she doesn't like it here. Our village is the most backward place here. Lin Che looked at the woman and asked, "Then why don't you go out?" "Some of us go out, but we never come back. We're old, weak, sick, and we have to take care of our families. We don't have the skills to survive if we go out. I heard that the big city is a cannibalistic place. You can survive if you have money, but we can't. If we go there, we'll either starve to death or go begging. At least we have a home here." Lin Che didn't know who had told them this before, or if this kind of thinking was already deeply ingrained in them. He didn't say anything else and only smiled. "You can try if you have the chance. This is still your home anyway. If you can't make it, you can come back. Look at the clothes you're wearing. You look so good. If we go there, we'll just be beggars. We won't even have the face to walk on your streets. Are the streets full of good-looking people like you? Big sis, you're too good at praising people. You're so nice. You won't starve in B City." She immediately smiled honestly, revealing her uneven teeth. Her smile was very bright. The men were discussing how to deal with the two of them. The few of them looked at Lin Che. "How did you get into the forest?" Lin Che said, "We were kidnapped, and they wanted to extort something from our family. While the bad guys weren't paying attention, I escaped with her." Lin Che was too lazy to bring Mo Huiling along. He glanced at her and saw that she was still sitting there indignantly. She felt that her clothes and pants had been dirtied and was extremely unhappy. After that, we kept walking, wanting to pass through the forest. I didn't expect to meet you guys. I think you're all good people. Otherwise, can you tell us how to get out? When I get home, I'll definitely send someone to thank you." The few men still looked at each other, hesitating to make a decision. Lin Che thought that perhaps they were worried that they would spread the news of his illegal poaching and making a hunting rifle. Lin Che did not dare to mention anything about the hunting rifle. He just looked at them and said, "Why don't we get someone to pick us up? Do you guys have a phone here?" When she was kidnapped, her mobile phone had been thrown away by the kidnappers. Now she had nothing in her hand, and there was nothing she could do. The few of them looked at each other again. The woman said, "We don't have a phone. This is a ravine, and it's deep in the forest. They won't even give us electricity. It's going to be dark soon, so we can only light an oil lamp. But it's good that we don't have anything to do at night, so we can sleep." The little girl next to her tilted her head and looked at Lin Che. "Big sister, the necklace you're wearing looks really good. Is it especially expensive? Is this gem real?" Lin Che was stunned. He looked down and saw that he was wearing a random accessory around his neck. It wasn't very big, and it was probably bought by his housekeeper to match his clothes. When Lin Che came out, he had casually put on a few of them. He didn't care what they were, but they looked more suitable to match his clothes. Looking at the little girl's longing gaze, Lin Che took off the thing around his neck and said, "If you like it, can I give it to you?" The little girl was pleasantly surprised. "Really?" But she immediately shrank back timidly. "No, we can't wear something too expensive." The woman next to her said, "That's right. Why are you wearing such a good thing? Are you as pretty as some people say? Why are you wearing this?" Lin Che smiled and said, "Not really. She's quite cute. As long as you take care of her, she'll be fair and tender in the future. It's just that she's a little tanned. This thing isn't expensive, so just take it." To Lin Che, this was something that was dispensable. In comparison, she felt that it was more meaningful to give this to her. At least he liked it. The little girl immediately took it with a face full of joy. She ran out to show off to the others, saying that it was a gem and that it was a gift from Lin Che. When the children heard this, they swarmed over and looked at the beautiful little necklace curiously. Mo Huiling snorted in disgust and said unhappily, "As long as you send me back properly, I'll tell you that I can give you a cart full of these things. This is nothing. It's such a small diamond. I don't even look at it normally." When the woman heard this, she looked at Lin Che and said, "That girl, is her family very rich over there?" Without waiting for Lin Che to say anything, Mo Huiling had already said, "Of course. If it wasn't for that little bitch, I wouldn't have ended up here. Do you think I would have come to a place like this? I'll never come to this shabby place in my life. It's so dirty and the food is so disgusting. Have you really not eaten delicacies before? My family has 10 dishes for a meal and we hire chefs from all over the world to cook whatever we want to eat. The clothes in our wardrobe are enough for you to see for the rest of your lives. After you wear them once, you definitely won't wear them a second time. Our servants all wear my leftover clothes. Each one of them is an international brand, and one piece of clothing costs tens of thousands." The woman said, "She's really good at bragging. I don't believe her." She looked at Lin Che and said, "Isn't this the life that only the relatives of the emperor have? Is she bragging?" Although Lin Che didn't like Mo Huiling, what she said was true. Lin Che said to the woman, "Yeah, she's telling the truth. Her family is very rich. If you guys help us get out, she'll definitely give you a lot of money. When that time comes, you can rest assured that she won't refuse." Chapter 562. The woman looked at Lin Che and couldn't help laughing. She felt that Lin Che was really cute, especially when he was laughing like a ghost. However, the men behind them still didn't dare to let them go. They hesitated and looked at them. After hearing that the woman said that she was very rich, they became even more afraid. What if they went back to take revenge? What would they do? What if the government really came and found out that they were poaching in the village? Would they be arrested too? Therefore, they didn't dare to send them back, because they didn't know what to do with them. Lin Che turned around and looked at the hesitant men. He had no choice but to continue to get close to the women. Maybe she had been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so she gradually learned to read people's faces. Or maybe it was because she had been with Gu Jingze for too long that she had become much more cunning. Although she had been pretending that she didn't know anything, she seemed to understand that the men were hesitating. It seemed that they had some problems. The woman saw that it was getting late and could only say to Lin Che, "It seems that you can't leave at night. There are many fierce beasts in the forest. It's not safe to go in at night." "Okay. Actually, we are very tired. We have been walking for a day and it was really scary when we escaped. I'm really grateful that you took us in. Otherwise, we might still be wandering in the forest." "It's nothing. It's just a coincidence." "Yes, it means that we are fated to meet," Lin Che said. "That's right, isn't it fate? Otherwise, we would be so far away from each other. Sigh, we would never be able to walk out of this ravine in this lifetime. Where would I be able to meet such powerful people like you?" Lin Che knew that they had never seen people like him and Imo Huiling, so it wasn't a compliment. She was really curious about them. Lin Che leaned against the wall. He was afraid that he would have to sleep here tonight. She felt that she couldn't sleep. Although she had only been away for a day, she felt that it was as tiring as a century. At night, they prepared a room for her and Imo Huiling. Lin Che could still tolerate it, but Imo Huiling kept on grumbling. After lying down, Lin Che closed his eyes to rest, pretending that he didn't hear her. However, Imo Huiling turned around and said to Lin Che, "I won't fall asleep. I know that you'll definitely take advantage of me falling asleep tonight to play dirty tricks on me." Lin Che turned around speechlessly. "If you're really afraid, why don't you just go out and sleep? Why do you keep worrying here? Ha, you want me to die so that you can have Gu Jingze. So, you will try your best to hurt me. I know your tricks. You don't seem to care, but you don't know how much you care." Gu Jingze snorted. "You really think too much. That's what you think. There's no need to deny it. You can't hide your thoughts from me. Alright, since that's the case, we'll fight for it ourselves. It's up to Gu Jingze to choose who he wants. We can naturally rely on our own abilities. You'd better not look for me in the future. If you have the time, you should look for Gu Jingze." "You," Imo Huiling said, "you're really shameless. Jingze and I already have a child, but you're still so persistent. If you're not convinced, you can do the same to me. But I'll still say the same thing. From now on, we'll rely on our own abilities and don't bother each other." Okay, you said it. You're so heartless that you want to force yourself on a pregnant woman. I can't do anything about it. I'll definitely win in the end. You can't stop my flesh and blood." Lin Che couldn't be bothered with her. He turned around and pretended to be asleep. Imo Huiling was so tired that she finally fell asleep. The next day, they still hadn't figured out what to do. Lin Che could only pretend to be innocent and said to the woman, "When can we leave?" The woman hesitated after hearing her husband's words. "But, they won't be going out for a while, so they can't send you off." Lin Che sighed. The woman said, "What's wrong?" Lin Che said, "I don't think it's anything. Life here is pretty good. The scenery is good, the air is good, and the food is natural. It's just that I've been out for a long time. I don't know if my family is looking for me." At the end of the day, she was still a professional actress. Acting as a woman who was sad because she was worried was a basic skill. The woman's heart ached. Because she really liked Lin Che, she said directly, "That's right. Your family must be worried about you. I'll get my man to send you." The man was quickly called over. Lin Che said pitifully, "I'm sorry. Big sister said that you'll be going out in a few days. It's not good for us to ask you to go out today. Why don't you point us to the place and we'll go by ourselves? Her innocent look was too real. The man looked at her and finally said, "Forget it. We'll send you out." "Really? That's too much trouble. Let's go. Don't tell people that you met us here." "Aw. Why?" "Oh, you yearn for a rural life and don't want to be disturbed by outsiders, right?" "Yes. Yes, okay. I won't tell anyone about this. Don't worry." Mo Huiling crossed her legs at the back, ignoring them, and directly walked forward. A few men followed behind and escorted the two women forward. With them leading the way, the group walked much more smoothly. Soon, they reached the center. Lin Che chatted with the man. "Big sister is so nice. I'll miss you." The man said, "That girl is really from a rich family." "You can say that. She's just a businessman." "It's nothing," Lin Che said. Oh. In their eyes, a businessman was already very good. The few of them were still wondering if these two girls' families were like Boss Wang's family, who had been working with them, driving around in cars. But then, suddenly, the sound of an airplane came from afar. The men were so shocked that they raised their guns. Lin Che suddenly raised his head and saw a helicopter hovering above his head. Lin Che immediately noticed the blue logo of the Gu family on the helicopter. Although it wasn't obvious, she still saw it. "Gu Jingze is here." At this moment, a few men dressed in black suddenly climbed down from the helicopter's ladder. The men had never seen such a scene before and were scared out of their wits. Lin Che hurriedly said, don't be afraid. This is my family coming to pick us up." You have such a thing in your family." Who are you?" Only then did they realize that they had been too simple-minded. However, at this moment, a figure rushed down from the helicopter. "Lin Che!" Gu Jingze called out. Then, the man who was still in the air jumped down the ladder. "Gu Jingze," she called out. Chapter 563. Gu Jingze's figure descended from the sky like a god. Lin Che was extremely excited. He felt like he was about to pounce on him. But at this moment, the man on the other side raised his gun. Lin Che grabbed Gu Jingze's shoulder in fright. "Gu Jingze, get out of the way." She pushed Gu Jingze to the ground, but a scream was heard soon after. Lin Che was still in a daze. When he raised his head in a daze, he saw Mo Huiling sitting in front of him, clutching her shoulder. Blood was flowing out of her gray shirt, and she looked very conspicuous. Lin Che was stunned and said quickly, "Gu Jingze, bad news. Mo Huiling was shot." Behind them, the Gu family had already subdued a few people. As for Mo Huiling, she clutched her shoulder and cried. Her face was pale and she said in a hoarse voice, "Am I going to die? I'm going to die, right? Jingze, save me, save me." At that time, the man had fired the gun. Although Lin Che had pushed him down immediately, the bullet had already flown over. Even if he had fallen, it wouldn't have hit the two of them directly, but a certain part of their bodies would have been hit. Luckily, Mo Huiling had already pounced over at that moment. She blocked the bullet, so Lin Che and Gu Jingze were unharmed. Mo Huiling was quickly taken back to City B for treatment. Gu Jingze stayed behind to deal with the aftermath. Lin Che was brought back to the hotel to rest. When the crew heard that Lin Che had encountered the kidnappers, they were all very worried. However, they were also blocked from the news, so they didn't know what had happened. It was only now that they were allowed to visit. The director looked at Lin Che and said, "It's good to see that you're fine. Your company is really good at blocking the news. The town outside is in a mess. They said that a famous celebrity was kidnapped. We were all scared to death. Luckily, you're fine. However, because your company is so good at blocking the news, no reporters know about it. It wasn't the company blocking the news. It was Gu Jingze who had sent people to block the news. She and Yu Minmin's small studio couldn't block the news. The director said, "We've been anxious these few days. The people outside have been waiting to watch the show. I'm so angry. They make wild guesses every day. It really makes me speechless. It's just a kidnapping. Why are they making wild guesses?" Lin Che said. The director said, "It's already a big deal that we chose to film here. You don't know how many years it's been since a celebrity has come here. This time, it's a big star like you. There must be a lot of people waiting to see you. Our crew has made a lot of preparations for this. In the end, we didn't expect that something would happen. We have to take responsibility for this." Lin Che thought that this wasn't because something had happened to the crew, but because Mo Huiling had started it. She couldn't let the crew take the blame. It was because of her that the crew had been worried for 2 days. "It's okay, director. It's my fault. I was too careless. It has nothing to do with the crew. Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, the kidnappers are just ordinary people who did bad things. It's not a big deal." The director didn't expect Lin Che to be so understanding. In the past, when an artiste got into trouble with the crew, they would be punished severely. This time, Lin Che actually took the initiative to say that she didn't need the crew to take responsibility. The director looked at her gratefully. "Lin Che. I don't know what to say. Anyway, the crew is waiting for you to come back to film. We'll take care of the people outside. If you come back again, we'll rent a separate house for you so that these people won't know where you are. It'll save you the trouble of being surrounded by so many people every day. That's so embarrassing. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This is what we should do." Although, they also want to see the big star. After all, you're too popular, hee hee. Director. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. After the crew expressed their condolences, Gu Jingze had already settled his matters and rushed over. He changed a hotel for Lin Che and didn't stay in the hotel there anymore. He didn't want his people to go in and out of the hotel because there were too many people. He wanted to go back to Be City directly, but seeing that Lin Che wasn't in a good state of mind, he asked his people to stay here. After entering the room, he walked to Lin Che's side. "Have you eaten?" Lin Che nodded and said, "I have." "Oh yeah, how's it going?" Mo Huiling. Gu Jingze interrupted Lin Che's question and said directly, "The kidnappers have been handed over to the police station. The group of people who opened fire have also been locked up." Lin Che said, "I think they committed a crime because of their ignorance. They might not be that bad in nature. They take good care of us in the wild. It's not good for them to keep poaching, but their wives and children are actually quite good. It's just that people are born there, so it's not very possible for them to change their fate. Sigh, don't worry. I'll get someone to pick them up. If it's possible, train them and see if they can take up the post." Hearing this, Lin Che's eyes immediately widened. Take up the post. They can come here to learn some skills, but it's impossible for them to enter the Gu family. The Gu family has a strict audit, so it's impossible for them to pass. However, they can probably do some peripheral work. Really? That's great. Lin Che said, "Gu Jingze, you're so nice." Gu Jingze said, "All right." He looked at the food on the side. Seeing that Lin Che didn't eat much, he knew that she was still in shock. He picked up the food and said to the person outside, "Is the waiter here?" The waiter ran over, trembling with fear. Gu Jingzi said, "Heat it up for us." Lin Che was immediately speechless. I'm full. If you want to heat it up, you can eat it yourself. I'll just watch you eat. You can't take it away if you can't finish it. I'm still a patient. How can you force me like this? Gu Jingzi glared at her. The waiter brought the heated food over in a short while. Gu Jingzi didn't let Lin Che move. He picked up the porridge and said, "Don't move. I'll feed you." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi. She hadn't seen him for 2 days and felt that he had lost weight. She felt a wave of sadness in her heart. She said to him, "Gu Jingzi, you're such a nice person. Tell me, did I do something really good in my past life to meet you?" "No." "Ah. Yes, I must have done something really bad in my past life to meet you. Otherwise, why can't I do anything to you? It's all because I owe you. All right, hurry up and eat." He couldn't do anything to her. Lin Che's ears went numb. Meanwhile, Gu Jingzi just fed her mouthful by mouthful. He was speechless, thinking that he wasn't good, but he couldn't help but want to be good to her. If it wasn't because he owed her, what else could it be? They returned to City B together. Gu Jingzi's original intention was to go back, but the moment he got off the plane, the Gu family called. They said that Mo Huiling had caused trouble to the Gu family. Now, the Mo family was arguing with the Gu family, demanding an explanation from the Gu family. Chapter 564. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and frowned. He said to him, "You can go about your business. I'll go back myself." "No need. Let's go to the hospital together," he said as he pulled her along. Lin Che thought that the Mo family would be there. If they saw Lin Che, wouldn't they be even angrier? But Gu Jingzi was determined to hold her hand. In the hospital, Mo Huiling was crying. "My child is fine. I'm so lucky. But I didn't care about that. I didn't think about my life or my belly. I just wanted to save Gu Jingzi." Mo Huiling's mother cried, "My poor child, why are you so silly?" Mo Wen's mother cried and said, "My poor child, why are you so silly? He likes young and beautiful actresses and doesn't want you anymore. Not only did you lose your youth, you're also a virgin and you want to give birth to his child. You're too silly. You're going to die today." What did the Gu family say? They didn't even come to visit you. Humph. Mu Wanqing was still watching from the side. She didn't know what to say when she saw the mother and daughter crying endlessly. "I said that I would compensate her. Moreover, Jingzi said that her child isn't Jingzi's." Alright, don't think that we're afraid of the Gu family. Yes, the Gu family can cover the sky in Country C. But if anything happens to Huiling, we'll do our best to make things difficult for you. I'll let everyone know about the Gu family's evil deeds and ruin your family's livelihood. Let your son become the president again. Humph, with such evil deeds, I'll see if the people will still elect your family as president. Hey, why are you being so unreasonable? What happened? At this time, Gu Jingzi finally came. When Mo Huiling saw Gu Jingzi, a smile immediately appeared on her face. However, when she saw that Lin Che was following behind him, her smile fell once again. Seeing Gu Jingzi, Mo Huiling immediately said, "Huiling was injured because of you. She doesn't even know if half of her arm can be used. She's pregnant with your child. Luckily, she was saved in time. Otherwise, the child would have almost died." Do you want to shirk your responsibility now? Gu Jingze looked at Imo Huiling, who was lying on the bed with an aggrieved expression. I'll compensate her, but the child isn't mine. You still want to quibble. Mo Wen's mother said straightforwardly, whether the child is yours or not, you'll know once it's born. If you don't admit it, you'll see how others will laugh at you. Gu Jingze said, my mother once proposed to give her a shopping mall as compensation. Now that she took a bullet for me, I admit it. So, I'll give her another shopping mall. Haining Shopping Mall in Sea City. What do you think? When he heard that there were 2 shopping malls, Father Mo was tempted. Gu Jingze was indeed Gu Jingze. The Gu family was too generous. How much money was that? But, I don't want any shopping mall. Mo Huiling said directly, Jingze, I was injured because of you. I want to stay with the Gu family and recuperate in your home. What? They all looked at Mo Huiling in surprise. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze stubbornly. If you don't agree, I'll bang my head against the wall and die in front of your house. Anyway, I'm so embarrassed that I don't want to live anymore, Gu Jingze snorted. You can do whatever you want. But even if you die, it's none of my business. You can't stay with the Gu family. Gu Jingze, if you really want to fight to the death, I won't care so much. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. Even if the child in my stomach and I die, I want Lin Che to accompany us. Humph, even if I can't drag her down, I'll make sure her reputation is ruined. You don't care about yourself, but don't you care about Lin Che? Gu Jingze stood there and was about to speak when Mu Wanqing hurriedly pulled him back. Jingze, get out. Listen to me. Mu Wanqing led Gu Jingze and Lin Che out. She said to Gu Jingze, she wants to enter the Gu family because she wants to spend more time with you. She wants to spend more time with you because she still can't let you go. Don't go head on this time, lest you hurt Lin Che. You and Lin Che are on good terms. Even if she moves into the Gu family, it's not a big deal. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che. Little Che, you don't have to put up with her. If she dares to do anything in front of you, we'll still stand on your side. You're Jingze's legitimate wife. Are you still afraid of her? Lin Che said, I'm not afraid. She raised her head. Mom is right. Forget it, but we'll set a date. After she's recuperated, we'll let her leave the Gu family. I can still hold it in for this little bit of time. Besides, I'm really not afraid of her. Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked deeply at Lin Che. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but it was fleeting. Then, it was covered in frost once again. In the ward. Mu Wanqing went in and said, I told Jingze that you can go to the Gu family. When Mo Huiling heard this, she immediately widened her eyes and suppressed the excitement in her heart. Really? Yes, but you can only rest until your arm recovers. Mo Huiling nodded hurriedly. Of course, I'm the eldest daughter of the Mo family. I won't stay in your Gu family. Mu Wanqing looked at Mo Huiling and thought to herself, isn't this still staying? If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want Lin Che to be implicated because of you, I wouldn't care about you. If things got out of hand, it wouldn't help Lin Che's career. Moreover, she believed that Jingze and Xiao Che wouldn't care about her. Mo Huiling was overjoyed. She sat there and felt that it was worth it to suffer for Jingze. She had said that she would move into the Gu family sooner or later. Now she would do what she said. Moreover, when she moved into the Gu family, she would definitely get Lin Che out of the Gu family and take back everything that belonged to her. Initially, Papa Mo's heart ached for the 2 shopping malls. But after thinking about it, if she moved into the Gu family, If she got back together with Gu Jingze, then everything in the Gu family would belong to the Mo family in the future. Hence, he felt at ease. That night, Mo Huiling had already packed up and moved to the Gu family's house. She stood at the door of the Gu family and looked at the tight security of the Gu family. She couldn't tell how excited she was. Although it was different from what she had imagined in the past, she would do what she said. One day, she would live in this secret castle that was like a garden. Although this place was not the best and the Mo family could afford it, it was Gu Jingze's place. Looking at the security guards wearing the Gu family's badge, it was obvious that this place was of high status. She thought that moving in was only the first step. She would become the mistress of this place in the future. After entering the house, the servants were naturally unhappy to see Mo Huiling. However, Mo Huiling had never paid attention to these servants. She ordered them immediately, "Choose a good room for me." "Miss Mo, you can choose any room you want," the servant said. "Ha, all right then. What if I choose Lin Che's room?" "Madam's room is Sir's room." "Of course, you can't choose." Mo Huiling was so angry that her face turned purple. Chapter 565. Lin Che and Gu Jingze soon arrived home. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "From today onwards, she'll be living here." Lin Che knew that judging from the scene outside, she had probably already moved in. Lin Che said, "Forget it. Just treat it as a shadow in the house. I won't care about her." Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. After a long while, he said mildly, "Okay." He held Lin Che's hand and squeezed her palm. "Let's just pretend that she doesn't exist. I'll find a chance to kick her out soon." "Okay, don't worry about this. I can still hold it in for a few days." Gu Jingze said, "Let's go. What do you want to eat tonight?" "Anything. Do you have no appetite?" Gu Jingze paused and asked her. Lin Che said, "Not really. I can't think of anything right now. Eating depends on one's mood. I might suddenly want to eat something, but I might not think of what to eat." "Okay." Gu Jingze looked at her. When they entered the house, the helper quickly came up to them. Gu Jingze threw the clothes down and Mo Huiling hurried out. "Jingze, you're back." Gu Jingze only glanced at her. He put on his shoes and threw down his phone. He brushed past Mo Huiling and said, "Miss Mo's hand hasn't recovered yet. You should rest." Lin Che only glanced at Mo Huiling and went in without saying anything. Mo Huiling gritted her teeth. She thought to herself, "Take it slow. Take it slow." She couldn't be so anxious. Lin Che returned to the room and was about to lie down and rest. Gu Jingze looked at her. "If you didn't sleep well, sleep a little more tonight." Lin Che said, "I guess you won't be able to sleep." Although she was a little sleepy, she could still remember the feeling of being kidnapped. It was scary but not dangerous, but she was still nervous at that time. Lin Che leaned against the wall. Gu Jingze saw her rubbing her eyes. He walked over and leaned against her. He held her head and let her lie on his chest. "Okay, go to sleep. I'll stay here with you." "But, aren't you going to work?" Lin Che knew that he was still very busy. She didn't want to delay his work. Gu Jingze said, "It's okay. I'll bring it over to do it." As he spoke, he took the tablet over and looked at the things on the side. He said to her, "This will do." "Ah, is this okay?" Lin Che saw that it looked like an ordinary tablet computer, but it was different from the tablet computer she used. Her tablet computer downloaded some apps for watching TV series and reading novels, but his was loaded with some strange software. He said, "These can be used to hold meetings, give instructions to subordinates, read documents, transfer documents, and draw pictures. It's enough. Alright, the CEO's tablet was different from ordinary people's. He really didn't have any talent for entertainment. He only knew how to do these things every day. However, since this was where his interest lay, Lin Che understood. She leaned against his chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat, and gradually closed her eyes. In the dream, she seemed to be constantly groping for something. It was as if she was dreaming of Gu Jing's naked body in front of her. His skin was being touched by her unscrupulously. She knew that it was a dream, so she felt especially excited. His excellent muscles felt great in her hands. She just leaned against him until the man on top of her couldn't take it anymore. He patted her shoulder and said, "Lin Che, wake up. It's time to eat." Lin Che opened her eyes in a daze. She saw that she was still lying on his chest. The clothes on his chest had been scratched by her. She was shocked when she thought of what she had done in the dream. It couldn't be. What had she done? Lin Che blushed. Just now what were you doing in the dream? It felt so good. Gu Jingze moved closer to her face and asked. Lin Che was speechless. I didn't. However, he immediately flicked his forehead forcefully. A leopard can't change its spots. Look at you, you're so perverted. You're still so naughty when you sleep. Ouch, it hurts, Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked at her. Alright, don't dawdle here. It's time to eat. I'll go see if the kitchen is ready. Lin Che rubbed his cheeks. But was it really comfortable just now? Gu Jingze opened the door. The helper hurried over and asked, Sir, is the kitchen ready? Yes, it's ready. What would you like to eat, sir and madam? The helper asked. Gu Jingze stood by the door and looked at Lin Che, who was still lying on the bed. What do you want to eat? Lin Che lay there and said, I don't really want to eat anything. I just want porridge. Gu Jingze thought for a moment and said, Okay, then go and make some porridge. Only porridge. Okay. Do as you see fit. Yes. The helper left and Gu Jingze continued to lie with Lin Che, waiting for the porridge to be ready. Mo Huiling waited outside for a long time but didn't see Gu Jingze come out. She thought that Gu Jingze was a workaholic. If he didn't go out to work today, could he be resting? She had been waiting patiently outside. After a while, she saw the helper bring out a huge tray with porridge and side dishes. She walked over and asked, What are you making? The helper said, Madam wants to eat porridge. Sir asked the kitchen to make porridge. Mo Huiling snorted. Just eat porridge. You're really from the bottom. You can't even recognize good food. However, Mo Huiling also noticed that the porridge wasn't ordinary. There was a bowl of white rice porridge, a bowl of shrimp porridge, a bowl of seafood porridge, and a bowl of white lotus chicken porridge. Four exquisite bowls were placed in the middle, with delicate porcelain spoons at the side. Around them were side dishes. The 12 sets of side dishes were all different. There were meat and vegetables, hot and cold, and they all looked delicious and exquisite. Although they were just side dishes, they must have taken a lot of effort to make. Mo Huiling couldn't help but think that the Gu family's kitchen was different from others. Although they had chefs in the family, they always did whatever you asked them to do. They had never made such exquisite dishes. Mo Huiling was furious when she thought of Lin Che's status, but he was enjoying the best life in the Gu family. She snorted but saw that the helper no longer cared about her and placed the dishes on the dining table. Then, she knocked on the door and said, Sir, Madam, are you ready for dinner? Gu Jingze heard the sound and looked at Lin Che. Are you going out to eat? Lin Che was really too lazy to go out. Thinking that Mo Huiling was still outside, he was too lazy to go out. She said, I don't want to move. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Lin Che tugged at his clothes. I don't want to leave my bed, Gu Jingze said helplessly. All right, wait a minute. Chapter 566. Gu Jingze opened the door and said, bring the food in. Madam is not feeling well, so she's eating in her room. Oh, okay. Gu Jingze said, let me see what you've prepared. Just some porridge and side dishes, the servant said as she brought it over. Gu Jingze said, put it on the table inside. Change the seafood porridge with some vegetable porridge. She doesn't have a good appetite, and eating too much seafood is even worse. Yes, sir. Put the side dishes in. Yes, sir. Mo Huiling heard Gu Jingze coming out and wanted to go over to greet him. However, he saw Gu Jingze instructing the servants to prepare food for Lin Che. She thought that Gu Jingze had never cared about her so much in the past. Now he was treating Lin Che like his own daughter. Moreover, Lin Che had a clear conscience. She was lying in the room and waiting for Gu Jingze to make arrangements for her without doing anything. What kind of wife was she? She didn't care about anything and waited for the servants to serve her. Did she really think of herself as a mistress? However, Gu Jingze only looked up at Mo Huiling and said to the servants, okay, put the food down. You can go and do your work. The servants went out and closed the door. Mo Huiling was so angry that she tugged at a servant. Lin Che is served like this every day. He doesn't do anything and waits for Gu Jingze to bring food to his room. The servant looked at Mo Huiling and said, Sir has always been so nice to madam. What a gluttonous and lazy woman, humph. The servant didn't like what Mo Huiling said and looked at her with a straight face. She was the daughter of the Mo family and was invited here as the benefactor of Sir and Madam. Although everyone knew that she was the one who insisted on coming here, they couldn't do anything about it. Mo Huiling said, You're so useless. You let your Sir serve a woman. Since when does Gu Jingze need to serve a woman? The servants ignored her and said, Sir has always coaxed Madam like this. Since he doesn't think it's bad, we can't say anything. In the room, Lin Che was very surprised to see the servants bring so many things in one go. There were so many plates and bowls. She simply said that she wanted to eat porridge, but in the end, she actually made 4 bowls of porridge. Later, the servants brought 2 bowls of vegetable porridge with different ingredients, and all of a sudden, there were 6 bowls. There were so many side dishes on the side, it was dazzling to look at. Of course, she didn't know that when the kitchen heard that she only wanted to eat porridge, they also felt that it was a little difficult to make. They couldn't just make a bowl of porridge and bring it to the table, so they had to change the method to make other things. So although they only wanted a bowl of porridge, they spent a lot of effort to make so many side dishes. Lin Che said, There's so much. How can I finish it? Gu Jingze said, It's okay. Eat as much as you can. Next time, don't go through so much trouble in the kitchen. It's so embarrassing. This is their job and responsibility. If you don't let them do it, they will feel guilty. They'll wonder if it's because their food isn't good enough that you can't eat it. I just want to eat some porridge. Okay, then I'll try my best to eat more in the future, so that they won't think too much. Okay. Hurry up and eat. I'll eat the seafood. You eat the vegetables. It's better for your stomach. After finishing the meal, Lin Che's stomach felt warm and cozy, and he felt much more comfortable. Leaning against the wall, he saw that Yu Minmin had sent him a WeChat message. She said that the director of the production team had praised her so much. Lin Che was speechless and asked, when? Yu Minmin said, just before. You'll know when you see it. It's all on the news. Lin Che opened the news to take a look. As expected, the director was being interviewed about the progress of The Witchcraft Chronicles. When it came to the female lead, he praised her and said, Lin Che is really the most capable and professional actress I've ever seen. The reporter said, you speak so highly of her. You've worked with many female stars in the past. Are you saying that they can't compare to Lin Che? In the past, the director had worked with many big names. The reporter deliberately asked this question to create a conflict. When the time came, he might directly write in the news that a certain director had said that A-list celebrities like Mu Firen and Song Shuhai couldn't compare to Lin Che. But the director didn't care about this. He just laughed and said, there's no comparison. Every actor has their strengths. It's just that I feel that Lin Che has a lot of them. It's really rare for her to have so many strengths at her age. After all, she's still young and hasn't been in the industry for a long time. But most of the female celebrities these days are so delicate that I have to be careful when I work with them. It's the same when I work with them. I'm afraid that if something goes wrong, they'll just quit. Who else would I look for if there's one member of the production team left? But Lin Che isn't like that at all. She eats and lives with the production team. She's hardworking, eats boxed meals, and lives in the wild. I said that there's a car that can send her back to the hotel every day. It's considered that we're being considerate, but she didn't agree. She said that for the progress of the production team, she should eat and live with everyone. The reporter said, what about her acting skills? Not to mention her acting skills. She's a very good person. She often discusses acting skills with the other actors. She's very professional. The director was touched that she was only going back to rest for a few days after she was kidnapped. He didn't even think of asking for compensation from the production team. So this time, he really praised her with all his might. Lin Che was speechless as he watched. Boss, he's attracting more hatred for me. It's all right. The fans think that he's doing a good job, Yu Minmin said. Oh yeah, I'll go see you in the afternoon. Don't. Mo Huiling's here. Pfft, Lin Che told her about what happened on WeChat. Then, he lay down and continued resting. When the director told her about the compliments, many people felt sour. Some said that Lin Che had spent a lot to bribe the director. Some said that many actresses knocked on the director's door in the middle of the night. Qin Wanwan saw it too. She harumphed and said, she's just so good at winning people's hearts. Humph, Sister Lin said, all right, we'll deal with her slowly in the future. I heard that she was kidnapped on set, but she didn't dare to say anything. Who knows what happened in between? She didn't dare to say anything. Could it be that she was raped? Qin Wanwan said, humph, serves her right. She snatched my witchcraft notes and kept talking about it. Serves her right to be raped. She made it sound as if the notes belonged to her, but she forgot that it was a fair competition when everyone went to the audition together. There was nothing to snatch or not to snatch the role. The day wasn't fixed and everyone had a chance to compete. Chapter 567. If you had already decided on someone but used underhanded methods, that would be considered robbery. Lin Che slept like a log and didn't want to wake up. But one afternoon, Yu Minmin really came to see her. When Yu Minmin came, the people at the door let her in. They only asked for Lin Che after she entered the building. Lin Che woke up and hurried out when he heard that it was her. You're really here. Sigh, I was sleeping. You're sleeping in broad daylight. I didn't get enough sleep for the past few days. Also, don't you know the crew? don't even think about getting enough sleep when you're on set. You should rest for a few days after you come back. Yu Minmin said, you didn't see the comments the director gave you. You're really not bad. Everyone praises you when you're on set. Of course, I'm loved by everyone who sees me. Forget it. I think everyone thinks that you're stupid. They think that you're smart, but it's the first time they've seen someone so stupid. That's why things are rare. Get lost. The two of them bickered. Lin Che suddenly thought of something and looked back. He didn't know where Mo Huiling had gone. Lin Che said, let's talk outside. Yu Minmin nodded and said, let's walk around your district then. Isn't this the rich district? Bring me around and see what it looks like. Forget it. How can it be bigger than Glass Palace? Yu Minmin said, Glass Palace isn't even as big as Gu Mansion. But because of the offices in front of Glass Palace, there are more places to handle official business, so it looks bigger. All right. The two of them went out for a walk. Glass Palace's guards followed them. They would follow them at any time and Yu Minmin was gradually getting used to it. Yu Minmin said, how long is she going to stay here? Who knows? She'll probably have to recuperate. The wound is actually quite dangerous. If it was an inch shorter, it would have hit her lung. But she was lucky and hit her shoulder. Even if she recovers, she won't say it's over. She'll definitely stay here for a while. Yu Minmin said, that's not good. But Gu Jingze will find a way to kick her out. I hope so. I don't want them to make a big deal out of it. After all, Mo Huiling is a respectable person. If it gets out of hand, people will talk bad about the Gu family. That's not good. As the two of them chatted, Yu Minmin looked around the neighborhood. The neighborhood was very big, with mountains on one side and rivers on the other. In the past, this was known as the wealthy district of B City because the villas here were unique. Looking at this place, Yu Minmin sighed. It's true. Expensive places have their own benefits. The air here is really good and it's also safe. Look at those patrolling security guards. It really seems like they're from the real deal. While the two of them were talking, Mo Huiling came back from outside. After she returned, she argued with the security guard because she wanted to go in and wanted the security guard to help her carry her things. She specially went out to buy a lot of clothes. Although one of her shoulders couldn't be used, she still wanted to dress beautifully. There was a servant from the Gu family following behind her, but she couldn't carry so many things at one time. Mo Huiling said to the security guard, what are you looking at? I'm back and you don't know how to carry my things. Even Madam was usually very friendly to them and had never shouted at them like this. They looked at Mo Huiling, wondering who she was. She dared to stay here and shout at them like this. Therefore, the security guards just looked at her and ignored her. Just then, someone said, Madam is over there. She wants a chair. Hearing this, the security guard asked, she wants a chair. Yes, Madam is resting by the man-made lake over there. She wants to enjoy the scenery by the lake. The security guard immediately asked someone to bring a chair. Mo Huiling looked at these people. They treated her and Lin Che with completely different attitudes. They were really too much. She immediately harumphed. I took a bullet for your sir. I saved his life. How can you treat me like this? Good. Good. Mo Huiling immediately went to look for Lin Che. She shouted as she walked, I want to ask Lin Che how he treats me, his benefactor. While Jingze isn't here, he deliberately colluded with these people to make fun of me. Lin Che and Yu Minmin sat by the lake. There were very few people here. Although there were many villas, they were very spacious. After all, not many people could afford to buy villas here. Although many people had bought villas, they were unoccupied. During the day, there were not many people walking around, and there would only be more people at night. Mo Huiling shouted from not far away. Lin Che, tell me clearly. What did you mean just now? Did you ask those security guards to treat me like that? You're so sinister. Jingza won't let you off if he finds out. Lin Che was speechless. Yu Minmin looked back and said speechlessly, what's wrong with this Mo Huiling? How did we get in her way? Lin Che said, it's okay. This person has paranoia. Mo Huiling was still scolding them. She walked over but was stopped by the president's bodyguards. Mo Huiling looked at the people on both sides. She didn't recognize them and thought that they were the Gu family security guards. Ha, Lin Che, you thought that I would do something to you because Jingza isn't home. You even brought these people here. You're really. Let me tell you, don't think that I won't dare to touch you. Yu Minmin couldn't help but say, if you really dare to touch me, come in and do it. What are you shouting for? Oh, right, dogs that bark don't bite. Who? Who are you calling a dog? I'm not scolding you. Did I mention your name? Or do you like to assume that I'm your boss? You. Lin Che, why did you bring so many people out? Even Gu Jingzi didn't bring so many people out. You really think that you're the master? Lin Che turned around and saw that Mo Huiling wanted to come over. However, the president's bodyguards refused to let her in. They just stood there and stopped her from moving. Mo Huiling said, Lin Che, you. How dare you treat me like this? Lin Che was speechless. How did it become me treating you? Ha, I don't believe that they dare to do anything to me, she said as she tried to enter. Lin Che hurriedly said, you better look carefully. Are these the Gu family security guards? If you insist on barging in, don't blame others if you get into trouble. Mo Huiling took a closer look. These people weren't wearing the Gu family's emblem. Instead, they were wearing the emblem of the president's palace. These people were the president's bodyguards. She suddenly realized that the woman who was scolding her was none other than the current president's wife. Barging into the president's bodyguards would result in her being shot on the spot and no one would say anything. Chapter 568. Her eyes moved. She was wondering why Lin Che would bring someone with him. She hadn't expected it to be the president's bodyguards. Of course, the president's wife had to bring her bodyguards when she went out. Otherwise, if something really happened, it would be a national matter. However, Mo Huiling had forgotten that Lin Che and the president's wife were good friends now. She hadn't expected that Lin Che would have the protection of the president's bodyguards. How awe-inspiring would that be when he went out? Mo Huiling had never experienced such prestige before. Yu Minmin looked at the bodyguards and said to them, stop her from coming over. Then, she said to Lin Che, let's go first. Lin Che nodded. Okay. The two of them went somewhere else. Mo Huiling wanted to scold them, but looking at the president's bodyguards, she really didn't dare to offend them. These people were all from the battlefield. They were all vicious and only listened to Glass Palace's orders. They were appointed to the National Security Bureau. How could an ordinary person offend them? Mo Huiling could only watch as Lin Che and Yu Minmin strolled around the villa. The president's bodyguards followed quietly behind, watching from a distance. She had forgotten that Lin Che was different now. In the past, she was just a powerless nobody. Now, she had such a foundation by her side. Lin Che sent Yu Minmin off and returned home. The servant was bathing the dog in the backyard. Lin Che walked over and smiled. Prince is washing himself. When Prince saw her, he was so excited that he wanted to come over. Lin Che hurried over. Don't move, don't move. Wash him properly before you play. The servant smiled. He's happy to see Madam. Lin Che squatted down to bathe Prince with them. The servant didn't let her. Madam, go to one side. It won't be good if you get your clothes dirty. Let us do it. It's almost done anyway. Lin Che looked at the clothes. They seemed to be quite expensive. Although she didn't look at the price, the Gu family's housekeeper didn't buy bad brands. Seeing that they were indeed almost done bathing, she didn't do anything. She sat at the side and watched. When the prince was done bathing, the few of them blew the prince dry and sprayed fragrant insect repellent on him. After wiping him clean, they finally put the prince down. The prince immediately chased after Lin Che. Lin Che picked up the prince and said, all right, I'll bring you in and find you something delicious to eat. After entering the door, Lin Che walked around outside. He wanted to find something for the prince to eat, so he placed the prince on the ground. Prince, don't run around. There will be delicious food in a while. Behind them, the servants were also watching and playing. At this moment, the prince ran out, and the servant hurriedly ran out after him. When Mo Huiling came in, she was shocked by the puppy. Why is there a dog here? Mo Huiling shouted. The prince didn't know that he was usually a treasure at home. Wherever he went, everyone was too polite to him. After all, they knew that this was Lin Che's dog. Lin Che liked it, which made its value rise. For the sake of Madam's happiness, none of them dared to look down on this dog. However, Mo Huiling kicked the dog aside. The dog barked. Lin Che naturally heard it immediately. She hurriedly ran over, and the servant had already picked up the puppy. Mo Huiling was scolding, why is there a dog here? Lin Che said, what are you doing, Mo Huiling? It's my dog. Can't I raise it? Mo Huiling looked at him in disbelief. Gu Jingze actually wanted her to raise a dog. Gu Jingze obviously hated all furry creatures. Lin Che harumphed and carried the dog. He couldn't be bothered with her and left the place. As he looked at the prince, he said, are you okay? Does it hurt? The Gu family's house was very big. She couldn't be bothered to look around. She had been here before, but she didn't see all the rooms. At this moment, Mo Huiling realized that this place was completely different from the Gu family's house that she remembered. She walked around the place and couldn't help but sigh. The Gu family's house was really big, much bigger than the Mo family's house. Moreover, she actually saw a room that was specially opened for Lin Che to store his clothes. She went in and casually looked around. There were so many clothes, most of them were new, and some had never been worn before. There were also a few brands that she had always wanted, but they were limited edition. They might not sell them to her even if she had money. She thought to herself, Lin Che is a country bumpkin. Does he deserve to wear these? She harumphed and continued to look around. Indeed, she saw a room that was specially used for Lin Che's dog. She kicked the dog bowl away angrily, but unfortunately, she tore her shoulder, causing her to grimace in pain. Just then, she heard Gu Jingze return. She quickly ran out. Gu Jingze came downstairs to get some things. Lin Che was playing with the prince in his arms. When he saw Gu Jingze, he quickly said, you're back. Look, His Royal Highness and I are here to welcome you. Shoo shoo shoo, I don't want it. He pushed the dog away and hugged Lin Che. He didn't care that there were people around, and he kissed her directly on the lips. Mo Huiling was just about to go downstairs when she saw this scene. Her heart ached. She leaned against the door, tears almost falling down her cheeks. Fortunately, the helper was used to the love between the two. Looking at this scene, which was alluring yet beautiful, the helper smiled and said, "Sir, are you coming back for dinner?" "No, I have to go to the office later. I'll come back to get my things." Hearing this, Lin Che said, "Ah, you still have to go to the office? Aren't you going to eat?" "Yeah, I'm not hungry yet. I've been busy lately." Lin Che pursed his lips. All right, he was busy with work. She wouldn't disturb him. Gu Jingze, however, knew what she was thinking. Looking inside, Gu Jingze said, "Let's go. I'll bring you out first." "Aw. Out? You're free now anyway. You're resting at home anyway. Come with me to the office." Lin Che said hesitantly, "I won't disturb your work. As long as you don't suddenly sit on my lap, I won't." Lin Che remembered the time when she came back and sat on his lap. She hammered his shoulder. But looking back, it was better to be at the office than at home. She said, "Can I bring the dog with me?" "What?" Lin Che said, "We can find a place to stay at your office. He won't run around." What if someone bullied him if she left the prince at home? She couldn't guarantee that Imo Huiling wouldn't bully the prince while she was away. Gu Jingze looked at the eyesore dog. Forget it. A dog is better than some people. Some people are more eyesore. He said, "Let's go." "Really? That's great, hee." Lin Che immediately followed Gu Jingze and walked out happily. Chapter 569. Lin Che and Gu Jingze took the car to the office. Gu Jingze took the CEO's private elevator up to the office. When they reached the top floor, Lin Che said immediately, "You go ahead with your work. I'll take Prince to the meeting room next door." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and grabbed her. "You stay here." "Ah, where's Prince?" Gu Jingze called out, "Qin Hao." Qin Hao came in and said, "Sir, madam." Gu Jingze threw the dog to her. "Take care of it." Qin Hao looked at the dog in his hands, looking embarrassed. What was this? Asking me to take care of a dog? I'm a master's student from the University of Pennsylvania, senior assistant at the Gu Corporation. However, Qin Hao looked at Gu Jingze's stern expression and quickly took the dog. "Yes, sir, madam. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. I'll take good care of it." Lin Che said, "Ah, what should I do then?" Gu Jingze pulled her over. "Come with me." She was pulled over by Gu Jingze. Before she could react, she felt him sitting on the large office chair. Then, Lin Che was pulled onto his lap. Lin Che sat there and patted him. "What are you doing?" Qin Hao was still here. Qin Hao only took a glance before he quickly turned his head away. He thought to himself, "Oh no, oh no." Then, he carried her out quickly. He was afraid that he would go blind if he stayed here any longer. Only the two of them were left in the room. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. "How are you going to work if I'm here?" "You can read quietly. It won't disturb me," he said. "I'll look down when I'm free. I can strike a balance between work and rest." Yes, when he lowered his head, he could see the beauty of her chest. Lin Che sat there and saw him shove the tablet to her. She could only purse her lips and open the TV series to watch. Because he was wearing headphones, nothing could disturb him. In the past, they would watch TV series alone and work alone in the study at home. But now that she was sitting on his lap, Lin Che felt that he couldn't continue. However, he was indeed looking at the data, moving the mouse smoothly and working on it. Lin Che hugged his waist and leaned against his chest, looking at the tablet. From time to time, he would look up and see his perfect jawline and his Adam's apple that trembled slightly as he breathed. He looked very manly. For a moment, she thought he was extremely sexy. Especially when he was holding her in one hand and holding the mouse in the other, working hard. A serious man is the most handsome. A man who was warm on one side and serious on the other, what else was there to say? Lin Che pursed his lips and lowered his head to watch the drama. He felt that the male lead in the drama was not as good-looking as the one in front of him. Really, compared to him, any man would be overshadowed. However, as she sat, she was still vaguely worried about the prince. She did not know whether Qin Hao could take good care of him. Qin Hao was really depressed. He first looked at the door, and when he saw that a secretary was about to knock on the door, he quickly stopped her. "Hey, Assistant Qin, what's up? Didn't you say Master Gu is in his office? I'm looking for him, that's enough. If you go in now, you'll definitely be fired by President Gu." "Huh?" The secretary said, "I don't think so. President Gu was famous for being a workaholic. If anyone went in now to talk about work, President Gu would welcome them. I brought Madam with me." The secretary said, "So there was a rumor that President Gu brought a woman in. Is it Madam? What do you think? Then, why is Madam in the office?" President Gu asked her to go in. "No, isn't President Gu working? Would Madam dare to go in when he was working? With President Gu's temper, who would dare to disturb his work?" Qin Hao smiled mysteriously. "Do you think Madam is you?" "No one else but Madam. Whenever she goes in, Sir is always happy." "All right, hurry up and leave. The couple is inside." "Why are you going in to join in the fun?" Qin Hao hurriedly left with the secretary. But when they were outside, Qin Hao was a little depressed about the dog in his arms. He did not know what to do with it. The people outside saw Qin Hao walking around with a dog in his arms. Moreover, the dog didn't look like an expensive breed. It seemed to be just an ordinary dog. The people in the office were puzzled. Qin Hao usually followed President Gu on the top floor and never came down. But now, he was walking around with a dog in his arms. Seeing everyone's surprised gazes, Qin Hao also felt very embarrassed. "Assistant Qin." "Hello, Assistant Qin." When everyone greeted him respectfully, they did not forget to look at the dog in his arms. "Assistant Qin, you have a dog. It's so cute." The staff felt that it was enough to bring a dog to work. However, he was Assistant Qin, President Gu's chief assistant. No one dared to say anything about him. Qin Hao looked aggrieved. He had a dog. He would not keep it even if it was given to him for free. He was afraid of dogs the most. But this dog was brought in by Madam. He had no choice. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he quickly found a place to put the dog down and rest. Prince was not afraid of people. He had been in the Gu family for a long time and he had seen many servants. Moreover, everyone was so nice to him. Of course, he was not afraid of anyone. So, although there were many people in the office and it was an unfamiliar place, he still walked around. Qin Hao really regretted letting him go. After a while, Prince was already out of sight. Qin Hao quickly looked for the dog. Just then, he heard a scream. Qin Hao saw Prince trying to get close to the staff because there were snacks on the staff's table. Qin Hao was he quickly ran over. Sorry, I didn't see how it ran out. I'll take it away immediately." Seeing that it was Qin Hao, the staff could only reluctantly bear with it. If it was someone else, they would have been angry. "Assistant Qin, it's okay. The dog is very cute." Qin Hao still felt wronged. Seeing how careful those people were, he shouted in his heart. This was not brought in by him. Although he was a respected person in the office and was not worried about what others would say about him, Gu Jingze was very strict with his subordinates. He did not dare to show off in the office, not to mention running around with a dog in his arms. He quickly explained to the staff, "Don't look at me. It's not my dog. I wouldn't dare to bring it in." "Aw. Whose is it then?" "President Gu's dog." Qin Hao held the dog in his arms and served Prince well. He said, "Master, don't run. My arms and legs are old and I can't catch up." Chapter 570. Everyone was surprised, but when they saw how careful Qin Hao was, they understood what was going on. Otherwise, whose dog could make Assistant Qin so concerned? It turned out to be President Gu's. "Wow, President Gu has a dog. But what breed is it? I've never seen it before." Qin Hao said, "What breed? I don't know what breed it is. I only know that it's President Gu's favorite dog, regardless of its breed." "Oh, it's so cute." Hearing that it was Master Gu's dog, everyone gathered around to look at it. "This dog looks like an ordinary dog." Someone noticed it and asked in puzzlement. Qin Hao said, "Yeah, President Gu is so kind. He picked it up on the road and brought it home. Oh my God, it's so lucky. I want to be a stray by the roadside too." "President Gu, please keep it." "All right, forget it," Qin Hao said. "You guys continue working. I'm going to take this dog to see if there's anything delicious in the canteen." Qin Hao was speechless. President Gu was really too much. He was being so lovey-dovey in the office, but he let him walk the dog in the office. Gu Jingze finished his work quickly. He was usually quite efficient, but because Lin Che was here today, he wanted to finish his work quickly and take Lin Che to eat, so he worked even faster. However, after Gu Jingze was done, he saw Lin Che leaning in his arms, looking down at the tablet computer intently. He lowered his head to admire it. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Che stretched lazily in his arms. She suddenly bumped into Gu Jingze's clear blue eyes. She couldn't help but be stunned. She then said, "You. Why are you staring at me? What do you think?" Gu Jingze held her in his arms and placed her on the table. "Aw. You." Lin Che screamed and hugged his neck. Gu Jingze said, "Don't scream. Although it's soundproof here, you can still hear us if you make too much noise." "Then why did you come here?" Lin Che screamed in her heart, speechless. "No, Gu Jingze." Lin Che said, but she felt Gu Jingze push her clothes up. Just now, when he saw the two peaches lying on her chest, he already felt like his heart was running amok. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly and felt a surge of passion in his heart. Her breasts weren't particularly big, but they were well-shaped and felt good to the touch. It was hard to put them down. Just like kneading dough, Lin Che quickly melted into a puddle of water, weakly clinging onto his body. The strong man was even more irritated by her delicate appearance. He was so excited that he directly pushed the things on the table to the ground. Whoosh! He had just told her not to shout too loudly, but now he was the one who couldn't hold it in anymore. He flipped her over but did not let go of her. Instead, he circled from her back to her front, hugged her, and easily took off her clothes. "Aw." Gu Jingze, Lin Che's voice gradually echoed in the office. The people outside seemed to have heard the sounds, but they never thought about what was happening inside. The soundproofing was good and the sound was very soft, so no one paid attention to it. When they were done, Lin Che and Gu Jingze took a shower together. Coming out of the bathroom, Lin Che looked at the broken pieces on the floor and said speechlessly, "What should we do now?" Let Qin Hao clean it up later. Aren't these things important? Yes, the important information is in the database. These are not important. Okay. Gu Jingze was really too willful. Gu Jingze said to her, let's go out and eat. Lin Che didn't dare to go out. After what had just happened, she didn't know how she would be stared at if she went out. Lin Che felt that she had shouted very loudly. She wondered how much the people outside had heard. Gu Jingze looked at her. Aren't you going out to eat? Humph, what are you going to eat? Lin Che said gloomily. Gu Jingze smiled and moved closer to her face. What's wrong? It seems that I really fed you. You're so full that you don't want to eat now. You, get lost. Lin Che hit him. But Gu Jingze still opened the door. Lin Che could only pretend that nothing had happened and follow him out. However, she could pretend that nothing had happened, but she couldn't change the expression on her face. Her expression was still the same, bashful, unable to conceal her passion. When everyone saw the two of them coming out, they bowed in greeting. But the secretaries all felt that there was something different about Gu Jingze. He was still dressed very neatly and his expression was as cold as ever. However, he looked much more comfortable. Whether it was his expression or the look on his body, he looked relaxed after releasing his passion. He looked a little lazy, but he didn't look tired at all. The color of his skin showed that he was healthy after releasing his passion. Thinking back to the sound from before, they seemed to understand what had happened inside earlier. No way, President Gu was in the office with someone. Does President Gu have such a passionate moment? They looked enviously at Lin Che, who had just had sex with Gu Jingze. They all felt that a man who had just exercised was really sexy. Thinking of the scene of him having sex with someone just a wall away, the girls' hearts were racing. Which girl in the office hadn't fantasized about being pressed down on the CEO's desk? But it was just a fantasy. Today, it was another girl who had made everyone's fantasies come true. They were so envious. Lin Che felt that these girls were looking at her with the heart of a young girl. But she only felt strange for a moment and quickly left. It didn't feel good to be stared at like this. Outside. She looked around but couldn't find Prince. Where did Assistant Qin take Prince? She asked curiously. Gu Jingze said, don't worry about him. Don't worry, he won't do anything to the dog anyway. No, I have to find Prince first and then we can eat together. Prince must be scared after being left in such a strange place for so long. She had thought that they would rest in the office together, so she had brought Prince here. Who knew that he would take Prince out the moment he arrived? Gu Jingze had no choice but to stand there and call Qin Hao with a face full of dissatisfaction. Qin Hao ran up in a short while. He was still holding Prince in his arms. He presented the dog to them as if he was presenting a treasure. Sir, madam, Prince is here. He's fine. He ate and drank some water in the company canteen. Lin Che quickly took Prince from him. Prince was very excited to see Lin Che. He lay on her and licked her. Lin Che was amused and giggled. Then she looked up and asked, is Prince okay? He didn't run around, right? Chapter 571. She was also worried that Prince would disturb their work in the office. After all, they weren't at home and the servants would take care of him. Qin Hao said hurriedly, no. Everyone likes Prince very much. Many people came to see it when they heard that it was Master Gu's pet dog. This little puppy was suddenly even more popular than him. Qin Hao thought gloomily that even Master Gu's dog was so popular. Boo-hoo, it was infuriating. He also wanted to be surrounded by girls everywhere. Gu Jingze took Lin Che out for a meal before they went back to the hotel. The next day, Yu Minmin called Lin Che and told him that Mei Li wanted her to do the cover photo. Lin Che said, "Sure. I've never done it before. It's good to give it a try." Yu Minmin said, "Well, you're going to do the cover photo soon. They said they saw you in that outfit last time and felt that you're a bit of a waistline. Don't lose it these days. Go and practice more." "Aw. I've been neglecting training recently." "Yeah. Go and practice more. If you can't do it, ask Gu Jingze to work with you. Hee hee. Get lost." "Yu Minmin, I really think that after you got married, you've become more and more promiscuous. Tell me about your sex life with the president. Isn't it good? Get lost." Yu Minmin hung up the phone. She couldn't help but raise her head and look at Gu Jingming. Knowing that she had opened her own studio, Gu Jingming asked someone to open a small studio for her in Lioli Palace. It didn't take up too much space. It was just opposite where he usually read books. They had to open the door, so the door wasn't closed. Anyway, they wouldn't disturb each other when they worked. At this moment, he was on the opposite side. Through the open door, one could see his upright figure sitting on the table with the flag of country C. The appearance of the head of a country really made people feel a faint sense of worship in their hearts. After all, he was the president of a country. When Gu Jingming was serious, he wouldn't even raise his head. Yu Minmin just watched from the side, supporting her chin with her hand. She couldn't help but think of what Lin Che had said. Yes, their sex life was harmonious, it couldn't be considered harmonious either. He did it too many times, so she often couldn't get out of bed in the morning. Of course, the president still knew how to restrain himself. If one night was too crazy, he would not touch her for a few days. She could be considered to have rested for a few days before continuing to receive the torrential baptism. At this moment, the man in front of him suddenly raised his head. Yu Minmin was startled. He frowned at her. "What are you looking at?" "Oh. I'm thinking about something," Yu Minmin quickly said. The president has a bad temper. It's hard for her to resist. Moreover, he's also very overbearing. If she doesn't listen to him, she'll be scolded. Yu Minmin had to admit that she was a little afraid of him, because when he punished someone, it was really hot tears. After all, she wasn't the one he loved. He was really casual with her. He would throw a tantrum whenever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. Yu Minmin sensed that he was in a bad mood. "Is there any trouble?" "Yeah, the waterlogging problem hasn't been solved yet. There will be a typhoon soon, so some cities have to stop working. I'm afraid then it will be." Gu Jingming raised his head halfway. "Why do you care so much?" Oh, I was just asking." She didn't want him to say it. He said it himself. She said, "Then you go ahead. I have to go out and settle some things." Gu Jingming nodded. Yu Minmin didn't say anything else and hurried out. Yu Minmin had to go to work, so she told the guards not to follow her. She was going somewhere to meet clients and didn't want to be too conspicuous. It wasn't that the guards didn't want to follow her, but they chose a place that was further away. If she called, they would hurry up and follow her. Chapter 572. I don't know. Yin Suya said. That woman was Yin Suya's best friend. She was also a daughter of a rich family in their circle. Her name was Hanyu. "Suya, she just happened to appear here. I thought of a way to get her to divorce Gu Jingming immediately." "What is it?" "First lady had sex with another man. Do you think the people of Sea Country would scold such a dirty first lady?" Yin Suya's eyes sharpened. She looked at Hanyu, still hesitating. If Gu Jingming found out about this, Yu Minmin quickly went to the private room. However, the person she had an appointment with hadn't arrived yet. She was here to discuss a collaboration. Since she had just opened a new studio, she had to come personally to discuss some things so that she could get some funding. Seeing that she wasn't going to order food yet, the shop sent over some drinks. She drank some drinks first and sat there waiting for the food to be served. Several lights in the room suddenly went out. Only a few wall lamps were left. They were so dim that she couldn't even see the outlines of the tables and chairs. Hey, what's going on? Why did the lights suddenly? Just then, the door opened. A drunken figure entered the room. Hey, little beauty, where are you? Why is it so dark? Are you playing hide and seek with me? Yu Minmin said, Who are you? Me. I'm your husband today. That voice was disgusting to death. Husband. Yu Minmin still wanted to hide, but the man rushed in front of her in a hurry. Little beauty, I'm here to see you. I can't see you clearly with the lights off. But are you trying to be mysterious? It's okay. I'll play with you. His thick and large hand, with a swollen sense of fat, directly grabbed her arm. Ah. Let go of me. Let go. Hey, little beauty, do you still want to play this game with me? But I don't have the energy to play with you today. Hurry up and serve me well. If you do, I'll give you as much money as you want. The man, who reeked of alcohol, pounced on her. Yu Minmin dodged and was almost kissed. Let me go, let me go. Do you know who I am? You dare to touch me? Do you want to die? If you dare to touch me, I don't care who you are. I have money. No matter who you are, I will play with you today. The man was really impatient. He directly pressed Yu Minmin on the sofa. Let me go. Ah, outside. Yin Suya looked at Hanyu. Will it work? I gave her the medicine, but the time was too short. I don't think it's effective yet. In a while, you'll see how she hugs him and begs for love. Yin Suya looked ahead. Although the soundproofing was too strong and she couldn't hear anything, she actually felt very happy when she thought about how she was being defiled inside. Inside, Yu Minmin pushed the fat body with all her might, but no matter how hard she tried, it wouldn't budge. No, she didn't want to be touched by such a disgusting person. But what exactly was in her body that was reacting? It made her feel powerless and hot. Let me go. Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, subconsciously, she was still murmuring, but her voice was getting softer and softer. The man chuckled. Come on, little beauty. Serve me well tonight and I'll make you famous tomorrow. Do you understand? He came forward and wanted to tear her clothes. But at this moment, suddenly, the door was kicked open. Two beautiful bodyguards ran in. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. Without saying a word, they immediately pulled the man up. The man was still cursing as he was pulled up. Fuck, what kind of dog dares to touch me? The next moment, another person walked past the crowd and entered the room. His eyes sharpened, and within his pitch-black eyes, there was a hint of coldness. Looking at the man who was about to get up, he ruthlessly kicked him in the chest, causing the man to scream in pain. He wanted to continue cursing, but when he looked up and saw the man in front of him, his face fell. He seemed to be in shock as he looked at the man in front of him in disbelief. It can't be, President. Was the man in front of him the president? The president of a country had suddenly appeared in front of him. Gu Jingming lowered his head and looked at the woman who was curled up on the sofa. That look made his eyes even deeper. He walked over and picked up the woman on the sofa. Looking at the sluggish man, he fiercely kicked his cheek. The man was directly kicked to the ground. This time, he was stunned, as if he was mute and couldn't speak. After Gu Jingming left, the entire club was on lockdown. Although the people inside did not know what had happened, they knew that the president's bodyguards had been here. In the room. When Yu Minmin was placed on the bed, she was still fidgeting uneasily. Gu Jingming patted her arm. Yu Minmin, it's done. You're back. She made a sound and reached out to pull her clothes. Gu Jingming frowned. What's wrong with you? I asked you to bring bodyguards with you. How could something like this happen? However, the next moment, she had already pulled off her clothes. He saw the pair inside. He was stunned and his gaze froze. Only then did he realize that there was something different about her. Gu Jingming grabbed her hand. Yu Minmin immediately used both hands to climb up. No. No. She cried, her lips rubbing against his neck. Yu Minmin, let go. It's so hot. It's so hot. Your body is so cold. I want you. Gu Jingming. She looked up. Her blurry gaze was like fermented wine, sweet and delicious. I want you. Gu Jingming's mind went blank. He grabbed her breasts, which were rubbing against him restlessly, and pushed her onto the bed. He was actually not a person who liked to indulge in lust. So when he realized that he was indulging in lust, he would always restrain himself. But he seemed to be obsessed with her. He loved the 2 pieces of flesh on her breasts. He could not think of any details at once. He pushed her onto the bed and tossed and turned. This little vixen seemed to have gone crazy tonight. She kept pestering him, again and again. Just as he went down, her body wrapped around him again. Looking at the passionate Yu Minmin, he was able to quickly recover his strength and roll with her again. Just like that, it was almost dawn. Gu Jingming looked at the dawn sky and touched her body, which was drenched in sweat. Okay. You want to kill me tonight, don't you? Yu Minmin was still in a deep sleep. He looked at her and she seemed to shrink back. He frowned. Even though she was a little afraid of him when they were at their most intimate moment. Of course, he could see that. He lowered his head and bit her lips again. Feeling that she was avoiding him, he put his hand under her as if he was punishing her. He didn't stop until he could feel her all over. Yu Minmin couldn't take it anymore. She fell on the bed and felt as if she had died once. Although she was much more refreshed and knew that the person in front of her was Gu Jingming, she couldn't hide even if she wanted to. She had no strength at all, as if her strength had been drained. She still remembered some of the details of the night, such as how he changed different positions to torture her, and how his strength was getting stronger and stronger. There were several times when she thought that this indifferent man was crazy. For example, she could feel his sweat dripping on her body. Looking at the man working on her through the light, she really felt that he was really sexy, but before she could react, before she could think that this man could be the president of a country, he had already destroyed all her thoughts. He was too amazing. She was completely convinced, especially when he stood there and put her legs on his shoulders to torture her. She really lost all her temper and could only be manipulated by him. She felt as if she was dying, but he was still as overbearing as before. Chapter 573. Yu Minmin really didn't want to get up. But when she heard that Gu Jingming had gone out, she hugged her body and slowly got up. Just then, she felt the door being pushed open. Gu Jingming stood at the door and looked at Yu Minmin, who sat up immediately after he got up. He walked over step by step. Were you pretending to be asleep? No. I woke up when I heard the door open, Yu Minmin said hurriedly. Gu Jingming walked up to her slowly. He lifted her chin slowly and looked at her evasive eyes. Why? Am I very scary? Yes, it was frightening, extremely frightening. Looking at his calm but cold eyes, she recalled how he had treated her that night, and her body involuntarily tensed up. Gu Jingming sneered. You're so afraid of me and you're so disobedient. I'm not disobedient. I'm not afraid of you, really, liar. Gu Jingming tightened his grip. He glanced at the mottled marks on her body and couldn't help but think of the feeling when she wrapped her legs around his waist and wrapped her wet body tightly around him last night. Zhang Xian's eyes darkened, and his exhausted body felt invigorated once more. Yu Minmin suddenly felt that something was wrong. She wanted to say no, but his tall figure instantly pressed down on her. She really felt that she was going to die. Gu Jingming had quickly asked someone to deal with the incident last night. The guards suddenly said that Yu Minmin couldn't be contacted, so he asked someone to go in and check. When he checked, he found something strange. He shouldn't have shown himself. Linda looked at him and said, Mr. President, the club has dealt with it. The staff who saw you last night have been sent to other places to work. They won't say anything about this incident again. Okay. The suspect said that he didn't know how he met the president's wife. He didn't see who she was and thought that she was a woman who was given to him. That's why he was so presumptuous. He has been expelled from country C, okay. Gu Jingming looked up. Then the staff didn't know where this thing came from. The suspect also said that he didn't drug the president's wife, but there are many drugs like this in that place. Continue the investigation. Yes. Arrange for someone to see Madam. Yes. Linda looked at Gu Jingming, took a deep breath, and walked out. Although others could not tell, she could tell that Gu Jing and Jingming were in a state of exhaustion. It seemed that they did not have a good rest at night. She shook her head and thought that the official visit in the afternoon would have to be postponed. Otherwise, if she saw a little strange on the president's face, people would probably guess that something big had happened. When Lin Che heard about this, he rushed over to Glass Palace with Shen Yuran. Yu Minmin was still resting on the bed. When she saw Lin Che and Shen Yuran enter, she hurriedly got up. Why are you here? I'm not here to see you. The people around Mr. President called us and said that something happened to you last night. You didn't tell us either. Lin Che said. Yu Minmin shook her head and said, I didn't want to tell you. It's nothing. It was just an accident. Although Linda had told them the general situation over the phone, Yu Minmin still told them from her own point of view. Lin Che said, it can't be. Yin Suya was there and then something happened to you. Could it have something to do with her? Yu Minmin said, we don't have any evidence, so we can't say anything. Lin Che said, okay. Moreover, she is the president's favorite. What if she denies it and accuses me of slandering her? Sigh, let's talk about it when we have the chance. Forget it for now. Yu Minmin was really afraid of Gu Jingming now. She did not want to see him at all, let alone talk about this. Shen Yuran said, forget it. Have a good rest. Tell us if you need anything. Okay. Oh yeah, there's still a shoot. You can go with Lin Che if you can't do it. Okay, I'll go with you. Just rest well. Yu Minmin got up to open the drawer and took out the things inside. She bent down, the marks inside the drawer were revealed. Oh my god, Minmin. Did something happen to you at the club? Did that bastard hit you? Lin Che shouted. Yu Minmin purposely wore long pajamas that were loose, so her waist was exposed when she bent down. Yu Minmin was stunned. She looked down and saw red marks. Some were sucked out, some were squeezed out, and some were rubbed out. She did look like she had been hit, but it wasn't at the club. That bastard was. Shin Yuran laughed and said, I don't think he was beaten. Look at how red Min Min's face is. I think it's a sign of love. Lin Che was stunned. Then, he understood. She looked at Yu Minmin suggestively. No way. We were worried about how badly you were hurt, so we rushed over to see you. But it seems like you enjoyed yourself last night, so violent. Looks like you were really passionate last night, that's right. I didn't expect that big brother, who usually looks so calm, would have such a passionate side. No wonder you look so tired, but your face is full of joy. Yes, your skin looks better than it was a few days ago. Sure enough, it's good to exercise often. Yu Minmin was speechless as she looked at the two of them. Alright, you guys can go back to work. It was all Gu Jingming's fault. Shin Yuran said, oh my, I didn't expect to see Mr. President's other side today. It seems like Mr. President is really healthy. Of course. Are there rumors that Mr. President is unhealthy? Lin Che asked. Yeah, there was a rumor that Mr. President never got married. There must be something wrong with him. Pfft. Okay, the Gu family was worried too. Lin Che remembered that his family had been looking for a partner for Gu Jingming. However, they didn't know that Gu Jingming didn't want to get married because he had a sweetheart who had been dumped by her. Shin Yuran looked suggestively at Yu Minmin. It seems like that's not the case today. Hee, I didn't expect Mr. President to be so hardworking. Oh my, Minmin, tell me the truth. Can Mr. President take off his clothes? Scram. You guys leave quickly. Don't bother me here. Ha. Are you shy? The three of them started to joke around in the room. Outside, Gu Jingming wanted to come in. Hearing the noise, he thought that Yu Minmin was fine, so he didn't push the door open. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.